Hello, I'm back. I trying to stream on Kick for the first time today. I just quickly signed in and added all the stuff to the Streamlabs. I haven't even customized the friggin' page yet, so I just wanted to stream for the first time today. At least I know it's working. Does it really look that shit, or is it just my quality? Nope, we're good. Audio. Nope, we're good. Look at my dumb ass. Alright. How do I? Good. I'm gonna try and sign into TikTok. Well, I am. It's weird. I'm signed into TikTok. It made me sign into TikTok like months ago, but today when I went to go click on it to add it to the stream, it's like, oh no, you can't do that. And then when I go on my dashboard, it's like there but not there. So that's why I cleaned up my videos here. I made some Google Docs for stuff to more neat in it. This stuff is just for me after stream to tighten up and neaten up my streaming, expand more. But I only gave myself like 30 minutes today, because I just wanted to get straight into streaming and actually research it instead of going on different tangents and rabbit holes. We did that last stream, so now we can actually research. I don't feel that good today. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream, but I'm kind of gonna kick my ass if I don't research this movie quick enough, at least before October end. I want to have this video out before October ends, basically. So I should have put that in other Google Docs, because yeah, okay, well, too late. We're locking in, we're focused. I don't know what my energy is going to be like this stream. Probably not as fun as last time, but it's really not supposed to be as high octane as last stream. I'm most likely just gonna be locked in and researching this movie. Let's see. I know I have that one. This one I haven't seen yet. Shoe. Yeah, I haven't seen it anywhere. I usually recognize the thumbnails with how many times I've seen them in the past months. That one I know I have. The Rob, yeah, okay. I have that one. One of these ultimate soundtrack things, I have that. These are just scenes, so I guess B-roll, but I'm not at that process yet. I already have like 12 videos queued up. AMVs. There's a lot of AMVs for this movie. So yeah, I was about to say, I think I'm going to stop at page 5, but then there's smaller creators like that get thrown to page 6, while AMVs are at like page 2 and shit like that, you know? So, I don't know. God, I feel like shit right now. I've been sleeping a lot and really groggy, I guess was the best way to put it, but I need to work. I need to do my shit. I need to lock in. My head is really foggy. Alright, let's just start this.
Hey, good news. You know how you see movies these days and you just think to yourself, they just don't make...
So I know there's a whole debate about reviewing content and everything on well, not reviewing content, but just watching content on streams and shit like that. The whole crusade happened where it's like you need to get their permission before you stream and stuff like that. I guess I'm trying to make my own case here. This is for research. I'm not just trying to... I mean, hell, I'm not going to make money off the stream anyway, so... If a creator of any of these videos comes across this stream somehow, I'm not making any money off of it, man. So... that's my only defense on watching other people's content. But I need to get my streaming hours up, so I might as well stream while researching. I don't know. I've seen other streamers do research videos, streams, so I guess that's my defense, as much as my foggy ass brain can muster up right now. So, yeah. And if you come across me and you want credit, go ahead and, DM me on Insta or Twitter or anything. I'll go ahead and give it to you. I'll just throw them into the description. I mean, they're all here, So, anyway, that's me prefacing that so I don't start any drama with any of these smaller channels. I don't want to start that shit already. Or, I say smaller channels, but the first one I pull up has 2 million views. Either way, a video is a video. Their content is their content, so I just want to be fair. That being said, I will be watching these videos on 2x speed because I don't have the patience today, and I guess I'll get through the videos faster. So there's that.
Hey, good news. You know how you see movies these days and you just think to yourself, they just don't make them like they used to, Like, they just don't make classics like Dark Crystal. Well, they actually do. Legend of the Guardians, the Owls of Ga'Hoole.
That's 14 years ago editing right there.
Zack Snyder directed it, and I thought, oh, wait, that's awesome. I like his other movies, Watchmen, 300, Dawn of the Dead. Great, but this movie is told through owls. I just don't know. So the story goes, Soren is this young, wide-eyed owl who knows the story of the legends of the Guardians of Ga'Hoole, and he is convinced they're real.
I mean, this is pretty much a good recap of... I want to make a longer form video, obviously, but this is a great recap. I'm just trying to see right now what other people think of the movie, even from years ago.
And guess what? Well, I'm not going to tell you if they're real or not. It'd be in the title and all. And from there, he gets kidnapped, put into slavery, and then our epic goes on with owls. So I'm not going to lie, I actually really enjoyed this movie. I thought the movie was really well done. It had good characters, good dialogue with the characters, and evil villains even had some sibling rivalry in it. Honestly, I think this movie might be that classic movie that this generation grows up on, like Dark Crystal and Labyrinth was for us, or it should be anyway.
Oof, that didn't age well. That didn't age well. Nobody remembers this movie. Vaguely they do, and they have to be in the age range of like... Oof. 17 to 25, I'll say. Being generous, 23. From the age range of like 17 to 23 is probably going to be the pool of people that vaguely remember this movie, whether from commercials, trailers, watching it, seeing it on DVD at their babysitter's house, something like that. Sadly did not become a Dark Crystal classic. Why is the audio so low? Oh yeah, I need to check that because I was rewatching yesterday's stream and not yesterday's stream, what's it called? The last stream I did. And at some points I looked like a schizo because I was reacting to a video or watching a video and there was like barely any audio, so I'll put it at 100 this time and just speak louder into my microphone so you can hear the audio and me.
An evil villain even has some sibling rivalry in it. Honestly, I think this movie might be that classic movie that this generation grows up on, like Dark Crystal and Labyrinth was for us, or it should be anyway. Have you seen the shit that's out these days? And the battles in this movie were straight up like Zack Snyder badassery. The battles in this movie were badass with owls. How horrible is that when fights with owls are better than most of the shit that we've seen this year? One of my real regrets in this movie is the movie's about an hour and a half long, I think. And honestly, I probably could have watched it for about 3 hours. A 3-hour version of The Legends of the Guardian of Ga'Hoole, that would push it right over to epic. I hope there's like a special edition DVD or Blu-ray that comes out when this movie comes out, so maybe we'll get
Yeah, this movie definitely needed more time. Like, parts of it felt like snap, go that scene, snap, go to that scene, snap, go to that scene. Some characters needed more time to be fleshed out.
a 3-hour version that way. I don't know. Maybe at least 2 hours. It was fun. It was easy to watch. It was cool.
This guy was asking for Snyder cuts back in what, 2010? Yeah, holy shit.
Reminded me of the good old days of 80s epic movies, but it was a little short in parts, and I wish some of the characters they'd elaborate on a little more.
I was gonna say studios need to give Snyder more just 3 hour long movies, but then I just remembered the stinkers that he put out on Netflix, the theatrical releases, and then the Snyder cut versions of them, and they're still ass. So I don't even know anymore. Snyder is a mystery to me
For
at
some
this
weird
point.
reason, man, I walked out of this movie with a big smile on my face. I mean, I've already seen some critics just nitpick the shit out of this movie, and they're all just like, It's not a tour de force. That is my official impersonation of a douchebag. I mean, honestly, man, sometimes just relax and enjoy the movie. Unleash your inner child and shit. It's a fantasy movie, and a cool one at that. It's a series of books, and the end of this movie sets up for a sequel, and I really hope the sequel gets made. Scott Pilgrim has taught me that awesome does not mean success. I swear to God, if this movie becomes like the Scott Pilgrim scenario, I am going to Tibet, and I'm becoming a monk. I can't see good shit get shit on all the time. I mean, does the movie look great? Yes. Good cinematography? Absolutely. Is that all there is to the movie? No, absolutely not. I don't think so. I enjoyed the shit out of this movie to a surprising degree. It even had that song, that creepy song that's at the end of The Mist. It's also in the Terminator 3 trailer. Anything with that creepy ass song automatically goes up a couple notches in my book. I was gonna call this movie The Legends of the Guardians of Gayhole if it sucked, but it didn't. So for my money, Legend of the Guardians
Jesus Christ.
Awesome-tacular. So go check it out. You will have a good time. If you have kids, take your kids. They're going to love it. I'm going to watch the movie again. In a river of ADD cartoons and shit, raise your kids on something right like this. It is your duty as a parent. And that's my PSA. But if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, then click right here to see more.
This feels like, I mean, of course, I was gonna say this feels like a video that would come out today, maybe, but then pulls out this shit. So, yeah, good shit. Yeah, that's pretty much a good recap. Also, basically, how I feel about this movie. Like, there's something to it. I like it.
Well, directors kind of seem to be notoriously perfectionists, so I'm wondering, did you like having this where you could control every single frame and aspect of that?
Yeah, you know, it was that I'm not going to lie and say that wasn't an attractive part of the pre-sale of the animated experience. Although my designers were amazing on this movie and really outdid themselves on every account. There's stuff in this movie you can't even see it. It's so deep with design and detail. You know, just like the owl language, you know, alone. You know, like in Isilrib's books, you know, it's like full of poetry and it's crazy. Stuff you can flip through those pages, virtual pages, and see things that are amazing. Anyway, so though it was an amazingly attractive experience to be able to like manipulate each.
Should I read the books? Or at least like find an audiobook or something? Or should I leave that for another video for another day? Do people care about books anymore? Like, I know that sounds maybe out of touch, shallow, whatever, to the book community. That's heresy, but like, maybe it just doesn't get in my algorithm. I'm not going to look it up now because I'm going to get into that rabbit hole, but it's just a question for me for later. Do book videos do well? Yeah.
You know, each prop on a turntable, because that's how they showed them. They were always amazing little designs in themselves.
How's the learning curve as well, going from like live action to animation?
It's hard. The way we did it was, I told them, I said, listen guys, first meeting, I don't know how to make an animated movie, come on. But the animators were so generous and so interested in the way I wanted to do it, that in some ways, I was teaching them how I would make a live action movie, and they were teaching me how to make an animated movie.
See, usually, that right there, what he said right there of like, being put on an animated movie or being put on a project and not knowing how to do the project, that should terrify from the highest level of executives to the lowest level of just fans of the series. But it's these types of movies that get to prove people wrong, whether it be the people paying for it or the people paying tickets for it. I've seen some other behind the scenes videos and everything, and it's like what he says right here, where he's probably going to say that like the animation team taught him how to make an anime movie and he taught them how to make a live action movie, because like if you I'll pull up I'll find the behind the scenes videos, but like they basically merge their practices together, and like Zach brings his cinematography while the animators bring just pure art, you know, like artistically, visually.
And they were teaching me how to make an animated movie, and the movie kind of ended up kind of meeting in the middle.
And that's those rare cases where like it just works out, but you don't really see that nowadays. I don't know why. It's sad.
Although I would say now I'm a lot more, I can make an animated movie now. I kind of have it figured out.
Cool. And do you think kind of this film's quite violent, I guess, for a kids' film? You think it's, or maybe not violent, but yeah, it's a bit darker than you'd normally see?
No, it's actiony.
Do you think it's kind of important maybe not to kind of patronise kids and want to
Well, that's 100% the reason.
I still, wow, did this start back in 2010? Is that why shit has gone so There it is. Oh, he is aged. I mean, he's gone through some shit in his life, so. But the whole thing of, like, kids movies, adult movies, teenager movies, like, this movie's a family movie. Like, there's no... I mean, yeah, there's darker themes and everything, but, like, it's owls with swords for hands, basically. Like, what kid is gonna watch that and be, what do you say, patronized?
Normally see,
No,
is it?
it's, it's actiony.
Do you think it's kind of important maybe not to kind of patronise kids and mollycoddle them? And
Well, that's
show
not.
them-
Like, they forget that the kids fall in love with, like, Spider-Man and shit, and then you really think that Spider-Man's all sunshine and rainbows. That dude has people dying every week. That man is having his life flipped upside down every day. Like, I don't understand this whole... On the surface level, it looks good, but then if you look deeper and everything, then it's not for kids. And it's like, well, kids still fall in love with that stuff. I don't... It's like kids grew up with Halo. It's a dark story of humanity just losing again and again and again, but still pushing back with Master Chief, and it's not patronizing the kids. Kids love that shit. I don't get this whole take of sheltering kids from fantasy stuff. It's owls with swords. It's badass if you're a kid or an adult.
100% the reason why it is what it is that I wanted to take the world 100% seriously, and I wasn't making this movie going, it's a kid's movie, so don't worry about it or whatever. Like, hey, Dad, Mom and Dad, look, here's a double entendre so you can have something to laugh at. I didn't want to do that at all. I was like, no, we need to, like, this is this kid's movie. This movie is the drama, the relationships, all that. We have to take it 100% seriously because it's, the world needs to be real. And it's talking owls, so you got to go pretty far to get people to, like, believe it. And
I respect that.
That's why the tone is what it is.
Cool. It's in 3D as well, and I was wondering, congratulations.
Oh.
Okay.
I was wondering,
3D. 2010 was something else, man. That just died. Like, some technology has, like, been kept around or slowly improved upon, like virtual reality from Nintendo making the Virtual Boy to nowadays where we have AR glasses from Facebook and Apple, but then there's 3D where it just died. Like, it's gone.
do you think we'll see him fly in 3D after the experience of...
I don't know for sure. I can't say for sure, but I will say that the experience of the 3D in was so was successful for what I wanted it to do. I mean, I think the 3D is pretty awesome, and it's done as part of the cinematic language as opposed to
A gimmick.
you know,
Hey!
oh look, they're poking me in the eyes. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like, what? No, don't do that.
Yeah, now that I think about it, this movie would have been enhanced with 3D, especially a lot of scenes where it's just pure art. Especially for 2010 and how good it looks compared to what he just said, like the gimmicks where it was like they would poke you in the eye, like plenty of those 2010 movies that I looked at last stream and everything. A couple of them were in 3D, and then it would be like the character farting in your face. It's like, fuck off.
So, but what the 3D does in this movie is it just makes the world more real, and I think that as a tool for filmmakers is relevant, and maybe something that should be explored.
Cool. One final question as well. I was wondering kind of what previous incarnations of
Maybe that's why it died. It was just used as a gimmick.
Superman you've liked, and if this will have anything to do with those, or if it's a new thing.
Sorry, what was the
I think
question?
that as a tool for filmmakers is relevant, and maybe something that should be explored.
Cool. One final question as well. I was wondering kind of what previous incarnations of Superman you've liked, and if this will have anything to do with those, or if it's
Brother, what did you just say?
well, I was wondering kind of what previous incarnations of Superman.
I hope to caption it.
Cool. One final question as well. I was wondering kind of what previous incarnations of Superman you've liked, and if this
Alright, I'm gonna have to slow it down for this last question because this man is just going full Brit.
what previous incarnations of Superman you've liked, and if this will have anything to do with those, or if it's a new thing.
Seekman? Is that? I should probably know the author of the book, shouldn't I?
I liked the Donner version. Everyone. I mean, it's hard not to like it. It's so awesome. But I don't think this will have anything to do with any of it.
Okay, so let me look up the author of the book real quick. I should probably know the author of the book before I make a video about the movie of the book. I don't know what just happened with my fingers there. Ignore that. Holy shit. I thought there were only a couple. I thought it was like a trilogy. Huh. Interesting. Okay, yeah, then I don't know who they were talking about there, because I did not hear Catherine Lasky at all. Ah, Scholastic. Good times. The main series, there are a few books and spin-offs in the main universe. Okay, so the first 3 books of the series were adapted into 2010 anime. 3 books, yeesh. It's the opposite of the Hobbit, where the Hobbit was 1 book turned into 3 movies. This is 3 books turned into 1. That's no wonder things didn't feel so things felt so snappy. I definitely need to do my research with this, but for now I'm still focusing on the movie.
Request comes from Matthew, and it's a video game based on a movie I reviewed.
Is this Genesis Valentine? Oh, this is the game. Yeah, I'll look at that later. I'm not interested in the game right now. It's just... Should probably save the previous videos just in case.
Hey, good news. You know how you see
I'll put a watched so to keep in track.
Well, directors kind of seem to be notoriously perfect.
Let me do something real quick. This looks familiar. I feel like I made that joke in my head before, so what is it? Control F. Is that you? Yes, it's Valentine.
Reviewed as
Yep,
the
okay. Alright, what's this? This resolution and aspect ratio is not doing it justice, but it came out, what, 14 years ago probably? 13 years ago? Yeah.
Legend of the Guardians. From the studio that brought you Happy Feet, they brought us another animated film that features birds.
I forgot. Man, this is me brushing up on all my Legends of Guardians lore, but yeah, I forgot that the studio I should make a note of that. My shit looks messy, but in my head it works, okay? If I could type correctly, it'll work even better. No, I do need to fact check him, obviously, because I don't want to just go off of word of mouth, but I'll put made by the studio. Made Happy Feet. If anybody remembers those movies, those are a little more popular, especially the first one.
But in here, they replaced the musical parts with epic flying and fighting scenes. Also, it's the first time that director Zack Snyder, the man behind such epic films like 300 and Watchmen, has jumped into animation. But can this film live up to be a legend, or should they change the title into The Owls of God Who Gives a Crap? Let's find out. The story.
First it was Guardians of Gayhul, and now it's, what was it? Who Gives a Crap?
Into The Owls of God Who Gives a Crap. Let's find out. The story. Sadly, the story isn't really the strong point for this, which is not good for a fantasy film. It's that story that you...
What? Okay.
most likely heard of before, where this guy dreams to be in this legendary group, and then one day he's in, but it's not like what he thought it was.
Okay. When it comes to originality, right? It's really just the hero's journey. Like, as on one hand, I want to say as bare bones as it could have been, but on the other hand, as much as they could have done in an hour 30 film of 3 books fit into one. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the hero journey. Like, again, this is when around the time when Nostalgia Critic, funny enough, he made this 2 years ago though, was at his peak of ripping shit apart. I mean, every reviewer back then basically was. It's a lot more brutal. But yeah, it's just the hero's journey. Like it's not this whole, oh, you definitely haven't heard this one before. It's like, it's just the hero's journey, man. It's not that deep.
Where this guy dreams to be in this legendary group, and then one day he's in, but it's not like what he thought it was. The best way to explain this is that you take blue skies as robots, and you make it darker and put in owls. However, even though the plot itself is...
That's a stretch. That's a... The funny part here is that, and then add owls. Add some bacon to it, you know what I'm talking about? But like, I tried to follow the robots analogy with the darker, but it's not really.
However, even though the plot itself is generic, it gets some points for the content. What I mean is how they explain who the characters are, why they do their actions, and how they do it. It's actually darker than the average animated film, which makes it more interesting to an older audience. Don't get me wrong, kids can see this too, but be there for some scenes because they do get freaky. But even though what they explain to us is pretty good, it's the plot itself that we experience one too many times. The animation. If you have ever seen clips of the film or a trailer of it, you might think that it looks awesome. Well, it's not. You can not call
Okay, I just strongly disagree
the
there.
animation of this film just awesome. This is the closest we got for animation looking exactly like real life. If you have
Oh, okay. Hold on. He had me the first half.
awesome, well, it's not. You cannot call the animation of this film just awesome. This is the closest we got for animation looking exactly like real life. If you have seen the background animation, it is amazing on how much detail that they put in. The character design is also the same. The owls really do look like real owls, and even the animation helps a lot for that. But even that's not the big selling point for me. The real selling point is when the owls fly. The many flying scenes in this film are even better than the ones in How to Train Your Dragon. You wouldn't believe where they flew and make the animation.
I have to agree with that. I have to agree with that. That is true. Like, I love How to Train Your Dragon, right? I love the first one. The ending always gets me, you know. But not like full tears and everything, but it's a tearjerker. It always is, especially when you distance like the viewing habit of it, of like watch it every year or something like that. Then it'll get you. But the point is, I will say that I do agree with that.
Are even better than the ones in How to Train Your Dragon. You wouldn't believe where they flew and make the animation fantastic. Of course, they fly through the air, but they also go in a storm, in a blizzard, even in a fire. How awesome is that? But there is one thing that I do have mixed feelings with: the slow motion. There's apparently a lot in this film.
Yeah. It's as I was watching it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a Zack Snyder movie. There's so, like, this moment right here, okay, you know, but when you go into the movie with the forefront of this is a Zack Snyder film and there will be slow motions, you realize them a lot more, obviously. But even without going in thinking like that, you will still notice it.
There are some scenes that really do work, and it adds into the effect of the scene, but then there would be times like in the fight scenes where it would go
Yeah.
slow motion every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like having a large bucket of ice cream. Of course, you'll enjoy it, but you're not going to have all of it. There's too much. Now, I heard that it's because it's what director Zack Snyder likes to do. And he said that he had to have slow motion for this film, but maybe it's because...
This was a cutback? Brother, he really loves slowing things down.
...used to it yet. This is one of those extremely rare cases where the animation of an animated film is better than the ones made by Pixar. And yes, people, I just said that.
I mean, compared to nowadays, for sure. Pixar 2010? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
The characters. Now let's start with the main one, Soren. Personally, I like this guy because I can see a little bit of myself in him. A dreamer who wants to be...
I mean, yeah, that's the whole point of the hero's journey, is that no matter who it is or what they are, even if it's a fucking owl, you can relate with it, and that's what always makes a great story.
in something big. But on the other hand, that's what they generally put as the main character in a story like this, so let's move on. Gylfi.
It's the hero's journey. What else do you want? Okay.
The small buddy is alright. He's not annoying, but he doesn't leave a big impact.
That's a girl. Did he really think that? Okay.
To the film. Twilight and Digger are the comic reliefs of this, and I have mixed feelings with them. There are times when they're funny, but there are also times when they can get annoying. Then there's
Yeah.
Ezreal Rip. Do you know how to say this? Anyways, like in this kind of story, he's Soren's mentor and shows him how to be one of the guard.
He's just Yoda. I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. He's just Yoda. Like there's literally a Yoda moment where Luke's like, "Wait, you're Yoda?" Where he's like, "Wait, you're the legend that everyone talks about?" I'm blanking on his name right now, but he's just the Yoda of, and he even has his Attack of the Clones versus Dooku part at the end of the movie. So he's just Yoda, and it works. Yoda is a great character. There's a reason people love Yoda so much.
He reminds me more of a mix of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Mickey from Rocky, and for that,
More Mickey than Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'd say Yoda and Mickey from Rocky. Yeah. Yeah.
that's pretty good. And then there are the villains, who are the best characters in the movie. Now I'm talking about Naira, Metalbeak, and Clud.
I'm thinking here, should I just, as I do this, go on and you know, write notes and shit, or should I just rewatch the stream later and just say everything out loud so I can put myself on 2x speed later and just go back and, I don't know, it sounds tedious, but I don't have the energy right now to go back and forth, so I'm just gonna say it out loud and watch the stream later and make notes of it, so, for characters and shit like that.
And there has never the best characters in the movie. Now I'm talking about Naira, Metalbeak, and Clud. And there has never been a villain like them, and provided with some great acting since Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty.
Maleficent, Sleeping Beauty. I never watched that one or watched any of the Maleficent movies. Woo, my brain good. My brain work.
That's pretty good. And then there are the villains, who are the best characters in the movie. Now I'm talking about Naira,
Yeah,
Metalbeak,
that's
and
true.
Clud. And there has never been a villain like them, and provided with some great acting since Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty. Naira and Metalbeak are, of course, evil, and every time you see them, they are ruthless and very threatening. And they don't care that kids are watching. They would go and kill other owls to achieve their goal. And Clud, who is Soren's brother, doesn't really start well as a character. He's pretty cliche, like he's not as good as his bro, so when he's in the evil organization, he stays there because they appreciate more of his talents than the others. But when he's evil, oh boy does this guy get freaky. The characters in all are pretty balanced. They lack a bit on the heroes, but they are strong on the villains. Legend of the Guardians is a lot like How to Train Your Dragon on how the films have performed. They both have a pretty generic story and mixed characters, but they both have amazing animation. But the one who did it better is...
I mean, I'd say that this one's more generic than Dragons. I'll give How to Train Your Dragon that. It's not, on the surface level, it looks like it's, you know, a fish out of water, and then he finds out who he is with the enemy of his own people and shit like that, you know. But like, it's way, I don't agree with that one. I'd say this is more generic, if we're gonna call it as it
Legend of
is.
the Guardians by a bit, like the story, animation, and character. Amazing animation. But the one who did it better is Legend of the Guardians by a bit. Like the story, animation, and characters are a bit better than the other movie. I have to say that this is a movie I could recommend for those who like more what they see on screen.
I don't know. The stories are so different that I don't really see why or how you would compare the characters when they're in. They're both on their hero's journey, but they're both in completely different worlds. So I don't know
Than
about that,
what it's
Chief.
trying to tell us like Avatar, because this is truly amazing to look at.
Interesting. What?
I'm a night stalking, crime fighting.
The most faithful adaptation. When did this come out? I'm gonna have to watch that later. And this
Hey
one.
guys, we're watching the Lego.
Legends of
That's interesting.
Guardians. What's up? It's JV. Welcome back, and today we're watching
2 years ago. Okay.
Legends of
Holy
Guardian-
shit, this is 42 minutes long. Hold on.
I think so.
Here we go.
Blood incorporate like they're better than the other ones, like racism or something, and clap.
Oh yeah, there's owl racism in this movie, by the way. It's not funny. I just, well, the sentence owl racism is, but
An ambush. Well, I bet you didn't count on this.
is this legal? Can I do this? I might do this. Is this legal?
The echidna, such as the one the boy described.
And I don't want to see them all die.
You'd bring all the god.
Nick, look out! So much back and forth. I can't take it.
Baggy wrinkles.
The new Guardians, the new set of Guardians, all of them, Warrior, the Navigator, and the Tracker. All right, really good. I really enjoyed that. That was Zack Snyder. No wonder. I was like the slow motion stuff. But Zack Snyder, it's totally
Yeah.
the style, the fighting style, with the slow motion scenes and stuff. But yeah, I really liked it. I'm sad that there's not more. They didn't continue because there was so much room for part 2 and to build out this lore that they made. They didn't really explain the magic that they were collecting from the pellets.
Yeah, I that's one thing where you kind of just have to like, okay, this is a thing in their universe now, you know, and that's never really the best, you know. So even Star Wars with its all of its majestical properties did a better job explaining random force things than their one mythical power thing, which was the metal pallets, which to me was like the owls understanding magnets, which was really like the most I could give the movie on making my own conclusion. It's like, oh, okay, it's just magnetic pallets, but then there's ways that they go about it of like finding it through like the owl hairballs and shit like that, and I'm like, huh, okay. I'll probably get into the video, so that's a note I should make for myself there.
You know, that blue magic and sucking their souls. Like there was a lot of unexplained things.
I mean, it wasn't sucking their souls. It was just like weakening them, more holding them. It did look like it was weakening them, but like it was just a struggle because like, how much does an owl weigh? You know, and then like when their little talon things are made out of metal, like their swords and shit like that, it. Pretty sure scientifically, if you put like metal on an owl and then magnetize it down, they ain't gonna fly out of there. So it was more so a struggle. It wasn't sucking their souls. This isn't Mortal Kombat.
That I feel like could have been better explained in part 2 and part 3, and they left. Obviously, the bad guy died. Metal Beak is dead, but the queen is still alive. A lot of the pure whatever are still alive, and Clud was never found. So they showed him at the end. He's still alive too. So he might be the new Metal Beak because he looked and saw Metal Beak's helmet. So it seems like they left a lot for more movies, and with the love connection between Clud and not Clud, Soren and the girl, like the little owl, and then there was a new owl there, this like
Yeah, there was like a love triangle that didn't get expanded upon at all, except like 2 seconds.
a bigger one at the Guardian place that they might have, you know, there's like a love triangle thing happening. But I felt like this was solid. It was a really good action fantasy movie, an animated movie. It was like really well done. It was like I feel like it was a similar category to like Lord of the Rings type movies. If you like Lord of the Rings movies,
Whoa. I'm trying to hype up this movie and everything and say that, you know, it's actually good. But compared to the masterpieces of Lord of the Rings, I just like the video, man. Don't make me unlike it.
The Hobbit. This was like a totally different take. It wasn't Tolkien at all. There was no elves and orcs and all that stuff. But it was like this, they were building their own thing, and I feel like it was working. And I feel like there should be more.
Okay, in that sense, sure.
According to reviews and stuff, like people kind of didn't like it. It's 52% on Rotten Tomatoes. But like I said, and like I've said this.
It does not deserve 52%. I can tell that right now. It's not. I don't know what they were huffing back then, but they were huffing that galaxy juice, the galaxy gas. I don't know why I call it galaxy juice.
Before. You guys also see it. I don't judge. I don't do these reactions based on the ratings it got.
Neither
but
do I.
It's kind of like it can tell me how well it's going to do when I put it out on YouTube. Because if you can see like the top rated movies that are like majority of people love, those get the high views. The stuff that people don't are kind of like iffy on don't get high views because, you know, a lot of people don't like it. But
I don't know about that.
I think it was really well done.
I think people are, at least around the time of now have been enjoying more obscure stuff, which is why I even came up with this idea.
It did have some flaws in it, but I found I was entertained throughout the whole thing. The main character was awesome. His arc was great. He wasn't this like super powerful guy right away. Like he worked his way up, and he was kind of, even at the last battle, like he was kind of fumbling his way through. Like he was skilled, but he wasn't. There wasn't that experience where he was confident. And
The hero wasn't
right?
perfect, which is what every movie nowadays does.
At the time, he kind of like uses his instinct and his natural ability to get through things.
No relatability.
And, I just thought it was really done. The cast was
Characters
amazing,
nowadays.
all-star cast. The visuals were great. The 3D animation for 2010 was beautiful. Still holds up by far today. You know, it's 12 years old. It still looks absolutely amazing. I wonder what happened. I wonder why they didn't keep going. Probably because they didn't make enough money. That's probably why.
Yeah,
Because just
it's
based
all
on the, like,
box
poster and
office.
seeing a commercial or trailer, it might not bring in the mass audience. Like a bunch of kids. I can't see a bunch of kids wanting to see this. Like it's like, who is this for? Type of thing, right? You have to kind of.
I would have liked this as a kid. I didn't see it in the theaters, but I would have loved to see it as a kid, because when I watched it for the first time at like my dad's friend's house, that's why I remember it to this day, because like it had not an impact on me, but like it's a memory, you know. And like I have a good memory where like I can remember stuff from when I was 5 of movies that I watched and stuff like that, but like this one especially had it took its own place in my memory. I don't know how to explain it, but like I remember watching it for the first time, and I remembered a majority of the stuff even when I watched this, Jesus Christ, for the first time 14 years ago, you know. Like, that says something to me, at least. But that's my own bias.
Done. The enemies were cool. The motivation was dope. It was kind of like they were like pushing this like pure blood thing, kind of like in World War II vibes. You know, like.
Yeah, they're like Nazi owls. The bad guys are Nazi owls, straight up.
With like different classes of races of owls. And just awesome stuff. I really like it. I could go on for everybody, but I'm gonna wrap it up here. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below on YouTube, Patreon, and Instagram.
But they did a good job with it, because it's like they made it into their own world of like, they didn't just straight up say in the movie they're like Nazis but owls. They actually like took that, what's it called, like, I'm trying to remember the words that like Hitler used or whatever, but like the pure blood stuff and everything. The word is like bouncing around in my mind and I can't fucking catch it right now. Why is the words aristocratic? Is that? I'm not gonna look it up right now, but point is, they took the ideas of like Nazi Germany and made it put it into the, like, fleshed it out into an owl world, you know. So yeah, they did a good job with that, in my opinion.
DMs, follow me on Instagram. Check out Patreon for the full unedited reactions and early access to more videos. Join over 600 people.
Can you do that? Is that legal? I'm gonna do that. Alright, yeah. Alright, good review. Yeah, I said my notes out loud, so I'll just look at that later. 26 minutes. Cool. Oh, this guy gets into the books. This is gonna be good. That's gonna be a good one.
I never would have thought that making a movie about some talking owls would look cool, but especially one directed by
When did this come out? 10 years ago, yeah.
Zack Snyder, the director of Watchmen in 300. It's like, well, finally, he found a place to use that slow-mo trick effectively without running it into the ground. Owls don't realize they're actually
Yeah, that was like only the best part when it came to slow motion, really.
pretty badass. You do not want to get an owl pissed off, first off. And they will whoop your ass, you pollute. That's true. You don't give a hoot, you will never. Owls with giant metal armored talons attached.
This is actually like a lot of effort of animation for just, you know, videos from back then. It's like Newgrounds level stuff that would get like front paged, I guess. I don't know.
Already formidable. We're going to be your two main characters. And the owls, they go out when they shouldn't, fall out of a tree. Suddenly, these
Maybe not front page, but you know what I mean. Like, it would be like, hey, cool video, man. Nice animation with voice.
big owls come and swoop them up. You're like, oh, good, they say. Out of the tree. Suddenly, these bigger owls.
I was just gonna give a recap. All right.
Ready, formidable. Start to get two. We're going to be your two main characters. And the two owls, they go out when they shouldn't, fall out of the tree. Suddenly, these bigger owls come and swoop them up. You're like, oh, good, they say. Except they're not safe. You know, they're like, thank you, can you get this? My house is back there. Like, shut up. Yeah, shut the f*** up. We're taking you to St. Aggie's. Now, the owls of St. Aggie's, what they do is they kidnap smaller owls and their children and bring them to what's essentially an orphanage where either one of two things. You are either going to be a soldier or you're going to be a worker. You're just going to mine this element for these owls. It's like some sort of magnetic rock that they will be able to conquer the owls or the title, the guardians. It's also important to mention that the guardians are like the knights of the round, or King Arthur's knights around. Yeah. Everybody's heard these stories. They're a legend, but nobody knows if it's true. A lot of violence in. I mean, they'll shy on the violence for this because they want to show you just how ruthless the bad guys are. Just how ruthless the good guys have to be to battle the bad guys. This is classic fantasy. I mean, this goes well beyond Star Wars, even Tolkien. I've seen this all before. I'm not a big fan of that kind of fantasy, but I guess because you go out in there, it kind of takes on new life for me.
It's like visuals alone are so gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that some people wouldn't like, you know. I don't know how, but step into their shoes, you know, like elves, ghouls, goblins, skeletons, dwarves, men or humans, you know, like dragons. That's a little too much for me, but you put that in owl terms, shit, I'll be there, you know, like just simplify it a little bit, just make it all one species, I guess. I guess, I don't know, I can see that.
Of that kind of fantasy, but I guess because you go out in there, it kind of takes on new life for me.
It's like visuals alone are so gorgeous.
Not everyone's gonna like everything, you know.
Like, I mean, who cares how silly the story is and how like, most of the characters don't really have, I mean, the evil guys don't really have a lot of motivation. It's not like they're filling up their bank account or something, you know, by being evil. Most of the time you see these things, they...
I mean, their motivation really is just to purify the owl race. That's a sentence.
Are a rip-off of Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, and it's felt more like it came from the same sources as other movies.
One of the...
Star Wars I can see in some characters, but story, not so much. Well, no, that still goes back to characters, because Clud is basically like Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, so that still goes to characters, but then what do you say about Lord of the Rings?
Or Lord of the Rings, and it's felt more like it came from...
Yeah, Lord of the Rings more in like the fantasy level of it, of like characters going different, like meeting different characters, going through this long adventure, and then seeing the different cultures and armies, and then having the mystical powers of the bad guys and everything, which is just magnetic rocks, but you know, in this level of just, they're just owls, you know, then it becomes more fantasy.
From the same source as those other movies.
One of the biggest compliments of this movie is that these owls are, I mean, they look real. I mean, this is the company that
They
did
look
animation for
great.
Happy Feet. Right. And, man, they've come a long way since some penguins.
John Dimitri, get up there,
Yeah, those penguins did not look real. Yeah, like the video of the penguin slapping the other penguin in the head looked more real than Happy Feet. I said I wouldn't look up stuff to stay locked in, but that was just funny. Penguin. I still have to watch that. Penguin slaps other penguin. I want the original video. Is it this one? Yeah, like that even if in a shitty quality, looks more real than Happy Feet to me. Is this? Oh, this was a VR chat, wasn't it? Oh, TikTok. Okay. Yeah, it's fake. Holy.
Greed.
I forget how old YouTube is, dude. Holy shit. How did people watch this?
Greetings, children. It's me, Captain Disillusion.
Jeez, this is... Oi.
You know, looking at the world in an objective and empirical way is key to a healthy and well-balanced life.
I'm subscribed to this guy? I forget who I'm subscribed to. I'm going on a rabbit hole now. This is getting dangerous. I mean, hey, he's still making videos with the same look. This guy's been making videos for 17 years. Still getting really good views. Wow. Consistent fan base, I guess. Interesting. Good for him. Now let's go back to 17 years
Are
ago.
basic and vital to human nature. And suspension of disbelief is super fun, but only as long as you can clearly tell the difference between belief and reality. Reality is real. Your beliefs are in your head. If you spend any amount of time on the internet, you've probably come across this hilarious little video of a penguin bitch slapping another penguin. Penguins. Is there any...
This is really good for 17 years ago. Like this right here. Keyframing this. Like, it's not shittily keyframed. It looks like keyframing that they would do in like kids, like on kids channels back then. Like I feel like I'm watching a PBS kids program right now, like Zaboomafoo.
Penguin. Penguins. Is there anything they can't do? Well, actually, there is. This exact thing you just saw. Boys and girls, when you watch that, you do realize that the video is fake, right? I ask because the footage is posted dozens of times over on YouTube, and on many other sites, people use it as a profile picture. And yet I have never, not once, seen a single comment propose that the video might be an artificial special effect. And that worries me. So I'm gonna break it down for you. The video is actually of one penguin walking across a thin patch of ice and falling through it. The other penguin is artificially inserted into the scene with compositing. You can easily tell he's fake if you look at the shadows of the two penguins as they intersect. One
Holy
is dark.
shit! Even with this low ass resolution back then, this is what people had back then when it came to resolution. So I guess their eyes were still fine tuned. You show someone this nowadays with its shitty 240 resolution, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, is that real?" You know. Back then, they were more keen to it. Well, I guess not, because he's making a video back 17 years ago how people weren't keen to it. So maybe my whole point right there goes out the window. People were smarter too. This is basically like people nowadays that can see when it's AI art. You know, that's I guess the equivalent that I'm trying to make.
When walking across a thin patch of ice and falling through it. The other penguin is artificially inserted into the scene with compositing. You can easily tell he's fake if you look at the shadows of the two penguins as they intersect. One is darker than the other. In reality, they would merge into a single solid shape. A technique called motion tracking can make it look like the fake penguin is standing in a specific spot even as the camera is moving. As a last step, an animation of a slapping wing is created, and the whole thing is rotoscoped or traced to appear behind the falling penguin. You know something, children? I thought that the original video of one penguin falling through the ice was pretty funny on its own. But I guess someone very clever thought that they could knock it up a notch, which usually means adding an element of humiliation or hostile behavior. Oh well. But now I must go, kids. There's a girl in Wisconsin who's considering writing a letter to Santa Claus. This could take a while. Remember, love with your heart, but use your head for everything else.
Captain Disillusion.
When we need him most, he disappears and makes videos on Beckham Beach kicks debunk. Oh, he's still debunking shit. Cool. I remember this video. The whole fucking Chinese Harry Potter cloak. Huh. Alright, get distracted. I'm going to go back to my owl movie.
Man, they've come a long way since some penguins.
Charmed to meet you. Really? An adventure afoot. Danger. In 3.
There's just a scene from the movie. I don't know.
Well, one thing you gotta say, they know birds.
I didn't know that there were so many owls that had like so many kind of different feathers. Like you had something like Muppet fur. You had the owl with the Afro pig with the fist on it. We look so good. I want to actually. If there's any reason I want to build time machines, take movies like this back in time, and put people tell them alien owls from another planet have come back riding dinosaurs.
I want to salute our owl dinosaur.
Nazi owls at that. I'm not really know how annoying 3D is. I'm just pretty much convinced that if you have something flying in your movie, 3D is the way to go. This movie here has so much combat in the 3D because of that is amazing.
And just don't forget the backgrounds, which are so well detailed.
They are.
And so gorgeous that, you know, it took me a little bit to be sure that they weren't just integrating actual backgrounds, but they're
Oh,
not. They're
that's.
well designed.
It looks. The movie looks like the side of a Stoner's band. Come to life.
Like a Yes album cover.
Yeah, or a Rush album cover.
I really had nothing bad to say about this movie except for that you get to one scene with a montage, musical montage. I'm like,
it's a training scene too.
Yeah, it's a training scene, and on top of that, they got the band Owl City, the music.
That's one part that I've seen a lot of scrutiny on. Nostalgia Critic talked about it. There was another review that CinemaSins. He made a point about it, but you know it's CinemaSins, so that's like saying they made a point that water is wet, even though water isn't wet. But that's what I'm trying to say. So probably gonna hear about how it was a little out of place to have Owl City's pop song in the training montage.
I'm just like, really, guys? It's like, come on.
And the other thing that bothered me, the good Al Sora and his brother, when they get lost and they get kidnapped by this orphanage, he just decides to turn evil for no reason. I know he said why, but
No,
really,
I know what you're saying, and I just got the impression that that's one of those things where if you read the book, it would probably become really clear.
no matter what I.
Yeah, so in the movie, it's not explained that Soren is an orphan or was adopted by this new family, which is A, why he looks so different, B, why he thinks so different. Yes, Soren's like family died, and like he got, it was like another war and everything. But yeah, it never explains that he's an orphan, so it makes more sense when you know that, of like why he's so different, why he thinks so different, why he looks so different. from his brother or the rest of his family, is because there's those motives, those deep-seated things. So
Say about these characters, the voice work in this was great.
I know what you're saying, and I just got the impression that.
But just face front movie wise, yeah, it was really like, okay, he's just a bad guy, like he's just turning into a bad guy now.
That's one of those things where if you read the book, it would probably become really clear.
No matter what I say about these characters, the voice work in this was great.
It was. I couldn't recognize anybody.
And don't even ask us to say which Al was which, because I don't even know. I can just tell you who's in the movie, and I'm not going to say whoever they were. I'm sure they did a good job. Because you have Helen Mirren, you have Sam Neill, and of course, if there's a band...
The voice acting was top to bottom really good.
Somewhere, you know who you always got to get. Hugo Weaving.
Oh, Hugo Weaving. Yeah. Despite the little things that bother me, I still give it full price. I keep thinking about how many times I've already seen the story. That being said, it's so gorgeous. I give it a high matinee, but I can totally understand someone wanting to give it a
like, put Al in there. That's fresh enough.
The whole, I've seen this story before. I think that if it was given more time or given sequels, they wouldn't have smushed so much of 3 books into one movie. Wouldn't have watered it down to just be the hero's journey as because if you get more into the books and the deep diving into the books and the stories and the characters and everything, then things can get more complicated or feel unfinished by the end of the movie or feel rushed in the movie of like, where did that character trait come from? And it's like, oh yeah, that's in book 2, so sometimes you kind of have to just gamble, risk it, and then just make it bare bones in the sense of just making it another story that you've seen. But I don't know, that's just my 2 cents on that whole thing. But it's in the past, so the movie's the movie. Can't change it.
For me, yeah, and kudos to Zack Snyder too for doing it. Even when he convinced me that the slow mo that he held back on that, I was waiting for that one Al to show up with like nice pecs and 6-pack all greased up, but I didn't see that. So yeah, good for him.
These guys don't making stuff. Nah, 8 years ago. Ooh, Green Lantern. That was a movie. The Resident Evil movies. This is a trip down memory lane. Hansel and Gretel. Wasn't that ass? Mr. Popper's Penguins. It was cute. I think I watched this once and I was really bored. And this was years ago. After Earth was boring as hell. Cars 2 I still love. I don't care how bad it is. Ooh. The Clone Wars movie. They're probably hating on it, but now everyone looks back and they're like, you know what? I'm fine with it. It started Ahsoka's. Tron, I actually really like Tron Legacy. Men in Black 3 is great. I don't remember why I watched this movie, but I was a kid, so I didn't get any of the jokes. I don't remember how or why I watched it, honestly. Planet 51, it's good, it's cute. It's a family movie. This movie was just okay. I prefer the first one. Oh, they played Full Frontal Assault. I mean, yeah, if you got a group of the boys, this is like a perfect game to just fuck around with. I guess they started doing the review things later. Was it a Game of Thrones game? Or, yeah, wait. I didn't know it was a Game of Thrones game. From 10 years ago. Arkham games looking better than Suicide Squad even 10 years ago. Lovely. Love to see that. Star Wars Connect. They are madmen. No shot. Oh yeah, the older Marvel games I was talking about that like no one ever heard of or played back then, except a small batch of people. And these are all classics now. Well, majority are all classics now. Skyward Sword. I was gonna say it's Shea Frillis who really loves Skyward Sword. I'm pretty sure it was him. Wait, so they stopped doing the animation thing and then went back to it, I guess? Ah, this just reminds me of fucking Newgrounds. What is this?
I'm so happy to see the real Wolverine because we just coming back from Comic-Con. True. And I saw so many busted ass Wolverines over there. I must have saw 10 Wolverines in a row. And not now when I look like Wolverine. and I hate it because they all sit around, went about themselves, just mutter. I mean, they made my man look bad in that last movie. Yeah, he's got to come back to apologize that last movie. Yeah, everybody makes a big deal about.
Oh, this is no, this is not the goofy one. It was the good one in Japan.
Wolverine being in Japan. I'm like, what the hell are you doing in Japan?
Oh, this one's great.
The answer is yes, Corey.
It's a very loose adaptation of one of the most famous Wolverine stories.
Yeah. So this comic came out in 1982. Chris Claremont and Frank Miller are the ones that produced this series.
And this was the thing, this 4-issue miniseries that is largely considered to be the greatest Wolverine story ever told. And it's the least comic book of all the X-Men. And that's actually its strength. It wants to tell you a more human story.
That personal story, which should be like the meaty thing about this movie, it seems more like a subplot when you're watching. You know, he's trying to save this hot-ass Asian chick. That's where the movie itself, for me, starts to become real muddled. Why are these people after this girl? Is there something special about her?
It's not until the third act where they go, all right, well, everybody wants to see Superhero. Let's face it. They actually reveal a lot of that stuff.
I agree 100.
Isn't her name like? They put her not that one specifically, but the version of her in Deadpool 2 and 3. No, not 3. 2. No, she wasn't 3. She was at the fucking birthday party. Yuki, I think her name was.
100% with both of you guys. I mean, Coach, you bring a lot of very valid points.
Those stars don't like that.
And I probably agree with him more than I do with you, but you also like the thing.
All right, I'm loving where this is going. This is better than the movie.
There's a lot of points where it's not action. When it gets to the action, it's pretty well choreographed. It's just not always well shot. There's like a fight with him on a train, on the outside of a train. That's pretty badass. That's probably like the best piece to it. But there's other point when he's fighting a bunch of ninjas at a funeral. He cuts the out of like so many people. I can see a lot of good stuff going on here. I wish you keep your camera still. I wish you went put it.
Remember, they have to keep this PG-13. Oh, I know. Well, you know he's eviscerating people. Nothing, right? They're gonna let you see that.
Such a shame that they made this PG-13. A gritty, realistic, more human Wolverine movie like Logan, and yeah, there's so many more people, so much more opportunity for Wolverine to be Wolverine than compared to Logan, you know, where he's old man Logan. They should have been rated R.
Yeah, not perfect, but a big step up, and I hope that a film that people pay attention to. My writing's actually high matinee. What's wrong with doing a more personal story? What's wrong with doing a more intimate thing that's character-based?
A lot more of it works than what doesn't work, and I give it credit for that. I give it a low matinee.
And that third act really did go into a cliche route. What do you expect with even the...
I guess they have their own, you know, Fantano level writing system.
Most mediocre superhero films. Saying that, though, it was still enjoyable. I'd give it a matinee.
The Wolverine.
I don't know. I'm getting a little tired of every superhero movie coming out. You always have to have that one story. A superhero not wanting to be a superhero. Yeah,
oh, I know.
Just wanting to be a regular guy.
Even down to the Hulk, where he says, you know what, this is a curse for me, but I'm gonna keep it for that one moment that makes me mad.
So there's another one. Oh, yeah, this is a super long one.
All right, Jason.
I just wanted to say
time to
this.
put your love of Star Wars to the test.
My love has been tested many, many times, Jeff. Can't I just have an easy, you know, one hit and quit date? No.
Oh, brother, this is 10 years ago. Your love for Star Wars has not been tested even close yet. Oh. Remember when the Star Wars fans' problems was Star Wars Connect, and not $228 million shows that are terrible?
No.
My love always has to be tested. Xbox. All right, what are we doing? Jedi Destiny?
Okay, the Star Wars Connect. Let's try Jedi Destiny real fast.
All right, Jedi Destiny, Dark Side Rising. Jedi Destiny. Jedi Destiny.
Just put your hand up, motherfucker.
Fine. All right.
So this is apparently a minigame collection.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit bizarre. I don't think I would have expected that. But when they showed it, they made it seem like it was going to be a big Star Wars deal.
Yeah.
Like it was going to be a big adventure game.
Well, they're selling the... What is happening?
I don't know. C-3PO's talking to R2-D2.
Get with the Destiny. You know...
Xbox Punch C-3PO.
When was the last time there was a really good Star Wars game?
This is 2014, so... I mean, if you want to go really good, you'd have to go... Force Unleashed 1. But if you just want the last good Star Wars game before, just Connect on solely of like what's better, Connect or this Star Wars game, Force Unleashed 2. as much as it was rushed, as much of a mess as it was, as boring as it can get, the more you play it, it was Force Unleashed 2 probably.
Begin Destiny. Begin Density. Xbox. Begin Destiny.
You always have to tell the Kinect multiple times.
No.
Okay, what do you got here? Zetar Man. Zetar Man.
God, the Kinect was such a scam.
Tyrese.
He's the Zetar Man.
Okay, you just pick that character for me. Casual.
Are you talking into the microphone? Are you trying to make the Kinect work through your
Oh, I am, aren't I? Yeah. Wait, what? Why are we back here?
We didn't recognize something that I said.
What is going on? Begin Destiny. Yes. Yes. Okay. Kai Reese. Casual.
Be very quiet. Be very quiet.
All right.
Wait, you got it on 2-player?
No.
Okay.
Do I?
I don't know.
It sure as hell looks like it. Go back. Go back.
Use your hand. I didn't think it not even tell you.
We didn't have an option to.
But he just hears me talking and assumes that there's 2 people.
Yeah. We can tell there's another jackass.
This is. Oh my god! Look how long it takes.
12's in the later years.
It's not to my knowledge.
All right. I guess it's just. Oh, okay. No, just pick one and hit start.
I don't understand.
Maybe you've got to. Yeah, just start. You can slash Wookiees. It's cool.
Whatever. I'm gonna slash any Wookiees.
No,
I want to kill Ewoks. The obligatory opening.
Battle crawl. Here comes battle crawl.
Okay.
Oh, copyright. I don't want
to do the hand thing of it.
So this is in the prequel universe, right?
This is a game lost of time as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. This
Pretty
is
sure.
Before the Jedi have all been wiped out.
I guess so, because there's a couple
with
of
your
them.
arms. Is that what you're doing in real life? It's lightsaber, Jason. I'm trying to jack some stuff up. Don't put your hand in the lightsaber. Use the one hand and chop it off. Just get it over with now. You know what's gonna happen eventually.
I'm trying to cut my own hand off, and it's not working.
I thought I turned subtitles on. Are subtitles? How's this feel?
How about that? Some of that.
Pretend the lightsaber's your dick.
I'm trying.
Oh,
it's not working very well. I think they may have anticipated that. Okay, I'm not in control here. Okay, so I know the story here. I know. Let's go. Let's do it.
You can chop off her fake cinnamon buns. Wait,
Yeah.
no.
Wait, what?
You're a Padawan. One is enough. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a.
Yeah, there's trees.
Who's
right?
that? Kashyyyk? Oh yeah, Kashyyyk's the only place with trees, right?
This is the same kind of ship that got blown up at the beginning of episode 1, right?
It's similar. Blockade Runner or Corellian Corvette, whatever.
No, episode 1. The Jedi were flying.
Oh, right. Okay.
Dude, they're gonna make you fight people who are fighting back. And it's gonna be funny.
I mean, fight Wookiees. Skipping this.
Skip.
I'm trying to skip.
Okay. I'm not the biggest fan of the Connected World. Is that Yoda? It's a good looking Yoda.
That would be Yoda.
We turn on subtitles.
Go for it, man.
Let's see if I can.
Living room and jumping around.
It's honestly the most gameplay I've seen of it, because the only video that I've ever seen about Star Wars Kinect is the one JonTron made. A classic.
All right, Jason.
I'm trying to see.
Okay.
Enough of this Jedi nonsense.
What are we doing? Oh, Rancor stuff. Yes.
Rancor Rampage.
Yes.
Sounds like a ride at like Six Flags, right?
Sounds like an awesome ride anywhere.
He doesn't do the dancing. Wait, no, please tell me they do the dancing.
All right.
This is the terror and the horror that everyone's been waiting for.
I'm so glad this is you and not me.
Oh man, I don't even know if we're gonna get through 30 whole minutes of this. Let's see what we. No. What do you? For this is like.
Ah yes, classic Star Wars characters as Protocol Boy, Tarek, Sabiha, Koala, Odella, and Zeth.
The Star Destroyer, or the Death Star technicians in a skirt. Absolute ridiculousness. All right.
And okay, here you pick your song.
All right, let's see if we can. We got Tatooine. I don't know what any of this is. All right, we're gonna.
There's someone who's responsible for this. There's a person. There's one person who gave the final okay.
All right, Jason, you just have to make fun of me because I gotta dance now. I gotta dance, motherfucker. It's time.
This is the worst thing to happen to Star Wars since the holiday special.
That's a bold statement, sir.
It only got worse.
This is blasphemous.
Yeah, but how entertaining is it going to be to see me do this stupid shit in your living room?
Awesome. Entertainment value, +10. Oh, he's losing it up, folks.
There's no shot that I'm going to get copyright stricken for Star Wars Kinect songs, right?
This guy needs to die in Sarlacc. He's all dressed up like some sort of club kid C-3PO. I think Jabba needs to molest him. She does. Leia seems like she's having a good time. Like she's just resigned to being there. And he's got this like Flavor Flav C-3PO disc around his neck. Oh, God. It's the There Is No Try move, and the lasso, which had no place in the Star Wars canon at all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Force.
Oh my God. Maybe I should just go back to the Owl movie. This isn't fun anymore. What the fuck? I accidentally muted it. I don't know if that was an accident or my body's reaction to this.
Oh man. Okay, you've seen people do DDR. That is nothing compared to what's going on in my living room right now. Professor Jeff dancing in sync to Ula. And if you look in the upper left-hand corner, he's
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can see them.
Jeff's silhouette. Just imagine giant beard on there and a pipe, and you've got it. Look at that. Isn't it sexy? He's bringing it sexy. Okay, so when your arms light up, that's when you're doing, when they light up red, that's when you're not doing, oh, it's a Chewy hug. That's an actual thing. I wish you guys could see this. I wish I could show you. And back to the lasso. Are her boobs doing it? I think they are. I think they should have the like giant woman with all the pig teats. She's got like 8 of them. Have her dancing as one of the hologram girls. Okay, so this is Hologram Girl, but it's, of course, Gwen Stefani's Hollaback Girl. All of these songs have been Star Wars-ified. So this is an aberration. This is the thing that should not be.
Yeah.
Force pose.
Funny, though.
And Leia's just like, yeah. Leia's totally into
She's
that.
so into it.
She's like, well, I'll just pretend to be into it and just, enjoy it and go with it until Luke gets here.
She joins you?
And you got like Slice Noodles and Max Rebo back there, got a funky rug. I don't see Lando anywhere. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
you're doing it backwards.
Lando isn't anywhere.
Yeah, the Chewy hug. That's a good one. That is a good one.
Because they wanted accuracy in this.
The already fully realized nightmare that's on the TV. I want to see pull out these moves. You know what? This weekend we're going to the club, and you're gonna be force pushing and mind tricking and Chewy hugging all over the place. This is a mind trick.
When is TikTok gonna bring back the push off and the Chewy hug and the mind trick?
Next time you have to do it in costume.
And the
Also,
force
really nice for my
pose.
eyes. Oh shit! It just got real. You got a pose bonus.
Wait, did Princess Leia just get served? What just happened here?
What happened?
Is it on now? It's on.
I think it's already been brought in.
Oh my god, that was probably the most embarrassing thing I've ever done for this website.
Well, you're lucky that it was just just a blue silhouette of you.
Oh yeah. If it was funny, I wouldn't have been doing that. Look at that, 4 stars.
I'm gonna press stop on my iPhone camera now.
You bastard.
And you are going to pay me all the monies. Did you get ranked strut and scoundrel?
I did indeed. All right, so
I'm just gonna tell you right now, I'm cracking like I fucking hate this. White hot passion.
Talk about how much you hate it.
How much do you want to murder somebody?
Why? What's so? I mean, it's just like goofy Star Wars fun. We've seen that before.
Desecration is what it is.
Well, but I mean, Clone Wars cartoon was not desecration.
The Gendy Tartakovsky one was not.
No, the other one.
I saw the movie. That was just.
I just realized something. That small little menu music of going from the game back to the menu was more memorable than any Star Wars song or soundtrack in like the past 3 years. Since like The Mandalorian. That's sad, man.
Just bad. This is like intentionally stupid.
It was like a
Star Wars used to be like
was in there.
Oh yeah, that was pretty bad.
the orchestral
I
soundtrack.
mean, combined
you
total
know?
of 30 stars. Oh, Jesus.
Do Han Solo.
All right, well,
come on.
I don't know what any of these songs
Come
are, Jason. Like, that's
on.
the biggest thing is they don't let you.
Does it matter?
Wait, did they actually get Daft Punk to...
I don't know what any of these songs are, Jason. Like that's the biggest thing is they don't let you.
Does it matter?
My eyes did that
No,
deceive
it's
me.
not.
How many are there? Only like 9?
Well, no, it keeps going on from there. See, I mean, that's
There's
not
also
Daft Punk's
Stronger
on
by Daft
there.
Punk?
They got a Bruno Mars song.
Oh,
This is
okay.
something. Empire Today, is that like?
I have no idea.
Like these album covers are obviously parodies, but I don't know any of these albums.
Nobody knows album covers anymore.
Little White Doves by Dirty Vegas, Star Wars Celebration. Is that Celebration by?
Wait, no.
Cool the Gang. Cool the Gang. All right, we'll do Han Solo because I think it's an MC Chris song. I'll give it to Chris.
Yes. Okay, this is
Not
what I
as
wanted.
Oh, really?
I'll get back
Change the Protocol
to
Boy out.
Yes, please. Get rid of
what I was doing
What do you want
before.
Douchebag. Get the least douchey one.
This guy.
Tarek.
I actually want to see what this crazy. Hold on. I want to see what this crazy like Star Destroyer technician looks like. So we'll put her as player 1. We'll put this thing as player 2.
Oh boy.
Let the hate flow through you, Jason.
Oh, it's flowing. My hatred right now is a river of rage.
All right.
It's flowing.
Well, how much time do we have left?
21 minutes.
Okay, all right. It's still loading. Do this again. I think there's more Chewy hugging in here. I think the Chewy hug was probably my best move last time.
Yeah, that one was a panty dropper. I'm not gonna lie. I was getting a little half-mast. Probably half-mast.
Look at Lando's neon face.
I want that.
Oh
I
my
want that in my
god.
office. I want Lando's neon.
Why are they dancing with the stormtroopers? Wait, we're bringing it to Lando?
And DJ Lobot.
DJ Lobot!
Oh, this is classic.
I want to freeze them all in carbonite. Every one of them. Han Solo would not be caught dead doing this.
It's beautiful.
Cloud City. Okay? That's fact. Oh, this is just hurting me, and I'm not even looking at you. I'm looking at the screen. When I look at you, I get dizzy and wish I was blind.
Hey, they brought back the speeder in fucking the Book of Boba Fett. It's not good, by the way. I just wanted to point it out. It's not, it doesn't mean it's good.
I don't know, you got a glowing red hand like your Iron Fist or something.
Do that?
Falcon in flight. That's complicated. You got great, though. Throw those elbows. Yeah, Harrison Ford is smiling.
I'm going from what Han Solo is doing to what his name Jeff is doing in the fucking corner.
More in this than he did in the entire trilogy. Uh-oh, double blaster. Hey, here's the thing. Han Solo would never. Han Solo doesn't fucking dance. Ugh. See, you know, not a scratch, obviously, from Jedi. You know what? And Lucas probably thought this was a great idea. Because he's lost his damn mind.
No, I don't think George Lucas knew this existed. I'm gonna be honest with you. George Lucas, Star Wars Connect. What are you connecting Star Wars to? Is this a crossover with another IP? Is this, Star Wars and Marvel? Because I have a couple of ideas about that. I think Star Wars under Disney could be a good idea. Yes, I am maybe losing my mind a little bit, but what's Star Wars Connect?
Break it down, Lobot. I think that's the only part of this that I really like is Lobot as a DJ. I think I can get behind that.
It kind of makes sense. Is he wearing bell bottoms? Or are those just boot cut? I think those are just boot cut. Oh, there's the Chewie hug. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a huge
TikTok needs to bring back the Chewie hug, man.
Lando Calrissian and the Mind Harp of Sharu, which came out in the 80s. It's bad. I also have a t-shirt that has Lando on it.
I have a Lando book. It came out in the 80s. It's bad.
And it says
That's sad. I'm sorry, man.
Underneath it. No, it says pimp. Yeah, it says pimp underneath it. Because he is the ultimate pimp. I don't think anyone in the history of movies ever got more ass than Lando Calrissian. Maybe Han Solo. Uh-oh, double blaster. Oh, God. And then the big, notice everyone, the Death Star.
Wait, I'm sorry. My mind had to comprehend modern Star Wars with what he just said, because I'm like, well, yeah, that's actually true now, because he's fucking robots now. What was it?
Maybe Han Solo. He is the ultimate pimp. I don't think anyone in the history of movies ever got more ass than Lando Calrissian. Maybe Han Solo.
Yeah. Now it's canonically true.
Oh, God.
For sure.
Notice everyone, the Death Star mirror ball in the back. There seems to be a very limited repertoire of moves here. Yeah. I'm gonna start making up moves. Oh, the solo pose. There it is.
Only 4 stars again?
Oh man, see
Come
that
on.
pose? I gotta move a little more quickly and
What the fuck is that? That's some deviant art right there. This is something you'd see on NSFW Star Wars on Twitter. What am I looking at? Is this an Imperial Maid? Imperial Maid outfit? Huh.
get a picture of that.
Woo. That is an Imperial Maid outfit. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking.
So I picked that character that I didn't even get to dance.
I know. That's weird.
Actually, see, I think the thing is that when you bump up the difficulty level, like to advance, that they give you more moves.
Ah, okay.
So it's just like, hey, I just want to play Star Wars, move, but
you gotta do the, I don't know what, you done the trash compactor yet?
All right, well, I came in for, I'm Han Solo, and I'm coming out with Imperial Maid outfit on my mind. Anyway.
Do you know what you won't see in a Disney movie? Owls having a freaking knife fight, or what is essentially a Nazi orphanage where young birds become soldiers against their will. Honestly, you won't find that in almost any animated movie, because the entire genre, if you want to call animated films a genre, hasn't really evolved in the last couple of decades. My name's Josh Taylor, this is Modern Mouse, and today I want to talk about Zack Snyder's animated film, Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole, and how it tried to push the boundaries of animation. This video is part of the Director Project. Each month, a group of YouTubers who love to talk about films get together to celebrate a certain director. This month, we're talking about Zack Snyder. I've added this month's playlist, as well as previous month's playlist that I was involved in the description below, so feel free to check out.
Did the Snyder Cut come out 3 years ago already? Oh yeah, there's this one I have to watch. They touch on the movie.
All of the other submissions. And if you'd like to add your video to the playlist, you can. Just make a video and send it to my friends called Popshare on Twitter, and they'll add it to the playlist. Mainstream American animation's biggest problem since the turn of the 21st century is that it's become formulaic in its style. Since its introduction in 2001, the best animated film at the Academy Awards...
That's not true. We got movies like Wish. Yeah.
has gone to 13 Disney or Pixar films out of the last 20 years. And I'm not saying that those weren't deserved. Movies like Up, WALL-E, Big Hero 6, and Zootopia are all great movies, but they all kind of feel similar. The movies that weren't from Disney or Pixar, like Happy Feet or Shrek, still feel derived from the innovation that Pixar brought to the table with computer animation. Of those winning films, the only one that really feels like it has pushed animation forward.
So many things I could say about this movie. Only good stuff. Only good stuff. Oh, just so good, man. Just so fucking good. I have to wait 3 years for part 3.
In some way, is Into the Spider-Verse, Sony Animation's take on a Spider-Man comic book come to life. The formula for animation has continued to make things cartoonish and cute, giving us heroic journeys that never veer too dark, with simplified titles to reach a genderless audience. Take the singular year of 2010, for example. That year we got Alpha and Omega, Despicable Me, Tangled, How to Train Your Dragon, Toy Story 3, Open Season 3, and that 4th Shrek movie.
What a fucking year. That's crazy. That's a solid year of animation.
All of those films have a similar look and feel about them.
No, hold on. Okay.
Year of 2010, for example. That year we got Alpha and Omega.
This movie was just boring. Like, just boring. This started this killed the internet for a while. And just this movie sent shockwaves into Western society. Fucking Minions. Oh.
Despicable Me, Tangled.
But it's still, I still enjoy the first movie. This one, I don't understand how you can say that Despicable Me, Shrek 4, and Tangled all feel and look the same. I don't know about that one, Chief.
How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah, like, no. Like, sure, there's a dragon in Shrek 4, but like, that's as connected as they get, really. I don't know about that one. I literally just went on and said that this is a really solid year for animation. This guy goes ahead and said, yeah, they're all the same.
Toy Story 3.
Yeah, again, not. There's no correlating factors here at all.
Open Season 3.
The only thing I can give Open Season is that maybe it looks like Alpha and Omega, but like, kind of a copy my homework but don't copy it all the way kind of way.
And that 4th Shrek movie.
I
All of those films have a similar look and feel about them. Animation's stylistic approach became whatever Pixar was doing. Even Disney.
No, I don't agree with that, man.
Animation, once a leader in the art form, took on the style of Pixar when John Lasseter became the head of both Disney and Pixar Animation. There are a lot of good stories here, and in that way this video isn't really about storytelling. It's about push.
Wasn't the whole big hoopla about Frozen that it wasn't Pixar? That it was just Disney Animation? Wasn't that the whole thing? But I get what he's saying. I guess they all just meshed together at this point. It's only gotten worse.
Once a leader in the art form, took on the style of Pixar when John Lasseter became the head of both Disney and Pixar Animation. There are a lot of good stories here, and in that way this video isn't really about storytelling. It's about pushing the art form of animation in a bold new direction, which none of these films actually have done. That's what
I mean, pushing the form into something new to the level of Into Spider-Verse, no, none of those really did. Humor-wise, they sort of ruined us. Still looking at you, Despicable Me. Shrek 4, I mean, I don't know how much more it could... Because it needs to stay consistent art style-wise, at least. Which is something that a lot of people, including myself, fear about Shrek 5 is how close is it going to look? How's it going to feel compared to Shrek 4 to 5? Because, like, you look at how How to Train Your Dragon, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, and it's like more into the Spider-Verse level of art style and everything, which is fine. It looked great as its own thing. But then you look back at Puss in Boots, the first one from like 2011, and it was more in the lines of the art style of Shrek 4. So I don't know. As much as I liked the art style of Puss in Boots, because it was like 10-year gap and whatever, you know, it was its own standalone thing anyway. It wasn't really connected to everything in the Shrek-verse. But if you're gonna make a Shrek sequel, still a fifth movie, I'd rather it be closer to the old art style than the one they went with, the Into Spider-Verse-ication of Puss in Boots: Last Wish. I'd say the best looking movie was probably, when it came to pushing art, probably How to Train Your Dragon. Let me look at the list again. Ooh, Tangled looked good, but I don't think it pushed as much as How to Train Your Dragon. Anyway.
So I find it interesting.
Or Legend of the Guardians.
Seeing that in that same year, there was one film that pushed the envelope. Zack Snyder's Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole. Legend of the Guardians is a film adapted from a series of fantasy books by author Catherine Lasky, and it follows Soren the Owl, who falls from his nest along with his brother and is picked up by two other owls from the Pure Ones, a group of owls who believe that barn owls are the superior race and that all other owls are impure and should be killed. You know, like Nazis. There, they're trained to be either soldiers or to dig for metal to help build a super weapon.
It's not the owls.
Soren escapes and soldiers or to dig for metal to help build a super weapon. Soren escapes and goes on a quest to find the Guardians of Ga'Hoole, who in return come to fight the Pure Ones. And since Soren's brother was trained to be a soldier for the Pure Ones, he ends up battling Soren and dying in a fire. Furious about his brother's death, Soren grabs a flaming tree branch and stabs the leader of the Pure Ones, successfully scaring off the rest of these Nazi owls and earning a place amongst the Guardians of Ga'Hoole. That was a pretty simplified
Bro skipped like 90% of the movie, but sure, yeah.
version of what this film is. The hour-and-a-half movie is filled with complicated names and conversations about purity, tall tales, and family. Ga'Hoole is dark and scary, and honestly, it's not a family film in the same way that Shrek 4 is. This movie does have a happy ending, but to get there, we watch Soren's brother die, we watch Soren almost die multiple times, and we watch Soren become a Nazi owl slave. Zack Snyder's approach to animation was to go against the grain.
Oh, okay, I thought... My brain mush.
Soren almost die multiple times, and we watch Soren become a Nazi owl slave. Zack Snyder's approach to animation was to go against the grain, and not to dumb down a story about fantastical owls. He also made the choice to use computer animation in a very different way. While Tangled and Despicable Me were creating cute characters, The Owls of Ga'Hoole is hyper-realistic. The animation of the forest and the animals, along with the lighting and effects, make this film radically different than anything else that we were seeing in animation. A few other films have tried to look more realistic, like Disney's Dinosaurs, but Zack Snyder was mashing to...
Were they really trying to look realistic in that movie? I remember that movie. That was not realistic.
Together a complicated fantasy tale, similar to Lord of the Rings, with such hyper-realism that it doesn't feel like anything else. Imagine if Disney tried to do this with Zootopia, but instead of all of the cute characters in this metropolis, we saw realistic-looking animals living in a city like New York. Snyder's filmmaking has continually been filled with large action sequences and slow motion, and bold choices and coloring, all of which we get in Owls of Ga'Hoole. It's something that personally feels old and stale in Snyder's big action blockbusters, but feels fresh and unique when it comes to the animated world, since the genre rarely sees big battle sequences. What Zack's
Yeah, that's a fair point, actually.
blockbusters, some bold choices and coloring, all of which we get in Owls of Ga'Hoole. It's something that personally feels old and stale in Snyder's big action blockbusters, but feels fresh and unique when it comes to the animated world, since the genre rarely sees big battle sequences. What Zack Snyder brings to animation is a breath of fresh air. I think any director that gets stuck in a certain genre for too long becomes comfortable. Zack Snyder entered the world of animation not knowing how to make an animated movie, and had to work with the animators from Animal Logic Studios to bring his vision to life. This movie reminds me of when Don Bluth left Disney
What studio?
Studios to bring how to make
I'll
an animated
look it up for sure in depth later. But
movie, and had to work with the animators from Animal Logic Studios to bring his vision to life. This movie reminds me of when Don Bluth left Disney Animation and started making movies at his own studio. He started making movies like The Secrets of NIMH or The Land Before Time, movies that had a darker tone with characters who struggled with more complex...
I still have to watch all these movies.
at his own studio. He started making movies like The Secrets of NIMH or The Land Before Time, movies that had a darker tone with characters who struggled with more complex problems. You can also harken back to Jim Henson's films of the 1980s, which differentiated themselves from the cuteness of the Muppets. Dark Crystal and The Labyrinth were a push forward in puppetry in the same ways that...
Isn't that David Bowie?
Dark Crystal and The Labyrinth were a push forward in puppetry in the same ways that Don Bluth was trying to push animation forward, and in the same ways that Zack Snyder was trying to do it here in the 21st century. Granted, Zack Snyder is known more for his look and feel of films rather than having any kind of interesting storytelling, and The Owls of Ga'Hoole does suffer from that. The plot of the film becomes convoluted, and the words from the...
I don't think that's Zack Snyder's fault. I think that's trying to put 3 books in one movie, really. Because I already went over that before, but like, how much can you do with that, and how much do you want to gamble with putting 3 books in one movie and overcomplicating it, or just oversimplifying it? Which would be better for a general audience, which the general audience barely watched this movie already, or apparently barely enjoyed it, but, you know.
Page don't always translate to the screen, but this film delivers big in visuals and effects. I've always seen The Owls of Ga'Hoole as a stepping stone to something else. The first leap in a new direction for animation from a lesser-known studio, working with a director that doesn't normally make animated films. The unfortunate part about that is that no one capitalized on this first step.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it went nowhere, sadly.
Zack Snyder left animation behind to be a major name for Warner Brothers' DC film franchise, and Animalogic would move on to making the Lego movies, which, again, are good films, but still don't feel like they're pushing animation in any bold new direction. Disney and Pixar in the last few years have given some of their younger animators and directors the chance to make new and interesting things in short films. But just like with the other big animation studios, DreamWorks and Illumination, major theatrical releases seem to continue to play it safe, giving us cute characters, lots of sequels, and a style of animation that just continues to be less and less exciting the more I see it. Zack Snyder will never go down as a big name in animation because he and his movie never really got the credit that they deserved in what they tried to do. Or maybe this is one of those movies that's just going to become a cult classic, a movie ahead of its time that will inspire someone in the future to create some animation evolution. All I know is that I hope that evolution comes sooner or later. Leave your thoughts and let me know what you think about...
Shit, this guy in 20 seconds basically wrapped up the end of my video.
This is going to become a cult classic, a movie ahead of its time that will inspire someone in the future to create some animation evolution. All I know is that I hope that evolution comes sooner or later. Leave your thoughts and let me know what you think about Legend of the Guardians or animation and the state of animation in general, more its style than its storytelling. And if you're interested in supporting the channel, you can. Down in the description below or at the end of this video, there'll be a link to the Patreon.
I really hope that there's a new wave of fresh, untouched, purely original content creators. And I don't mean like for YouTube or Twitch, TikTok, but I mean like filmmakers, writers, producers for like films and shows, or Hollywood in this sense. 'Cause like it has come to fruition, I guess, of the whole like millennials that went to school, wanted to do this, went to college, and then just got like the sexy violent movie about cats. Okay, that kind of threw me for a curve. But the whole go to high school, then go to college, and then, you know, want to get into Hollywood, but then get like the originality or the soul or the original drive or ambition sucked out of them, and then spit out from college, and then probably end up doing something else that they didn't want to do originally, but at least it's in Hollywood, or at least it's in the film world, you know, which is the case that I live in Florida, and the one in Central Florida, that's the big one, it is Full Sail. And my teacher from high school, my TV production teacher, has told me that like it's just not as creatively liberating and opportunistic as you think it is. Like you go there, you go to the classes at crazy ass times, you pay the expensive ass tuition, and you just get spit out with still having to, you know, do internships and stuff like that, which happens for a lot of jobs. You know, I'm not just saying oh this is only a problem for filmmakers or you know, audio producers in that field and everything of art. But like that's the thing, is like that's a problem, you know. Like, shouldn't the whole thing about college be not only preparing but creating opportunities, you know, which gets into college and everything. But the point I'm trying to make is like, that's the problem with the people that are making the stuff we have today. Either they're there through nepotism, there because of, you know, people that have been there in the past. Now I have an argument about, you know, what is the difference between nepotism and people skills and having connections and building your way up, which I respect a lot more, obviously, than nepotism. But just the point I'm trying to make is like it almost becomes the ones that make it not either become a hive mind or just naturally already become one in the process of getting to where they are or want to be or originally thought they wanted to be, like with writing and every step of the way of production. It all just, that's why everyone feels like everything is the same, like it's just a different coat of paint, you know. And that's another thing, is like the whole, there's a YouTube video on it. I haven't watched it yet, but it did get me thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what, it is something that is talked about a lot, and a lot of people are just sick and tired. Not only like the people that are into the arts, but just day people. They're like, it's probably more the same. And I don't know, yeah, the best name I can give it is millennial writing, I guess, which is like, it's all from the same people, from the same groups of people with the same like thoughts and like opinions and ideas, and it just all becomes the same. Like the whole point of art is to see different worlds of different people and their perspectives and their levels and taste of originality, you know. But the stuff that's getting shoveled out right now is just slop of either more of the same or more of just a fresh coat of paint or more of the same ideas, and it's just not good. It's not fun. And thankfully the past year especially, people have been waking up to that, I guess, more of like the common people. You know, I am someone that has been watching it for years and everything, and a bunch of people that I follow on YouTube or just Twitter, whatever, like more of the people that have followed art, have been in love with arts their entire life and everything, have been complaining about it. It's just finally getting into like the mainstream, I guess. But yeah, I really hope that this new wave of people don't just get sucked and stuck in the same formula that people that write or create, direct, produce, that like the people that are in the studios right now that have their names on the credits right now. It's like they're all the same, you know what I mean? Not all, but like majority is just all the same. You can't tell the difference between people sometimes. It's like, it goes back to the whole thing of like, that's the beauty of our world, especially our country, is like being able to have different opinions, because if everyone thought the same, the world would be boring, man. And that's kind of what's happened with Hollywood, is that everyone just thinks the same, whether it be just ideas, opinions, financially, of what makes us money right now, sequels, you know, what makes us money right now, remakes, like it's just remasters, you know, when it comes to gaming. It's like, it's all the same. It's boring. And really, I mean, like, one person that has given me huge hope, and like people have been coming and watching it and loving it, is Smiling Friends. Zach Cadle and Michael Cusack started on like Newgrounds with animation and voicing, and then met all their friends, you know, Joshua Tomar, Chris O'Neill, Corey Delamingas or Spaz Kid, you know, back then when he wasn't what he is now, a Mick, Rice Pirate, like all these smaller creators that started solely on their ideas, on their originality and everything, are finally getting onto the scene and making huge statements like, it's okay to be different. It's good to be different. It's good to have your own ideas, to be wacky, to not fit the social, like just the norms of, this is a show, this is an animated show, put joke here, put laugh track here, put, you know, sex scene here, put funny scene here. It's like, the level of just copy paste, cut and dry, boring, no originality, not knowing what to do, just try to make money, you know, and then when it flops, blaming everything else except yourself and taking no accountability or responsibility like the studios do and everything. But then you look at Smiling Friends made by like smaller creators that you can find just on Twitter with like 10K or 100K followers and everything, or like or Zach Hadel, Michael Cusack, and their story and everything. It gives me hope that that new wave of creators is going to come onto the scene and start and bring back art, whether it be like video games with indie creators, you know, or, you know, like I'm really glad that Dunkey has big mode, because I feel like that's going to change things. Like it really is in the gaming industry. And then with Zach Hadel and Michael Cusack at Adult Swim now and everything, like I think Adult Swim right now, for now, is going to be the new place that people that watch Smiling Friends and that, you know, enjoy or can appreciate its originality and just difference from everything else are going to want to come to Adult Swim and everything, you know. I don't know. I just really hope that things change soon, because it's just more of the same every single day. Same articles, same complaining from studios, and you know, oh, we're losing money, let's blame the people for not watching it. It's like, well, we're not watching it because it's the same shit, or it's just bad. There's no care in you know, making it original, or there was no care in keeping it close to the source material, you know. So yeah,
page where I put up exclusives all the time, and also check out the merch shop where you can get awesome t-shirts and stickers to help support the channel to continue making awesome videos. And in the meantime, thank you for watching.
Expensive that shot was.
Where did they get to? Oh wow, it's a long portion.
When the robots are literally just like freaking.
I'm not gonna lie, Transformer 3 still looks great. The Dark of the Moon, it still looks great. That CGI looks incredible still to me.
Sprinting down the highway. Yeah. That's me and the mocap running.
How does one animate an owl?
These guys are great.
Hey, what's up? Welcome back to another episode of Visual Effects Artists React Today. It's a very special episode because we got none other than Matthew Tamaro here on the couch with us, animation supervisor at Agora Studios. He's been on the streets for 20 years animating.
So as you said, I've been prostituting myself for 20 years, animating for various studios. So I've spanned from feature work to visual effects animation through a ton of different titles, the Marvel stuff, the Transformers stuff, Lego Movie, just a span of a ton of cool projects and fun projects. Well, let's jump in.
Legend of the Guardians, the Owls of Ga'Hoole.
Our longest, most requested reaction. Legend.
So there are people that right there gives me hope that I'll get a good amount of views on my video about this movie.
The Owls of Ga'Hoole.
Our longest, most requested reaction. Legend of the Guardians, Owls of Ga'Hoole. We are finally going to talk about that with the person that actually worked on it.
I did.
Oh, sick.
To battle!
So this is a Zack Snyder production. How long ago did this come out? Like 15 years ago?
It's a while.
So what was your responsibility on this show?
I was a lead, and this is the biggest team I've ever had to lead, which grew to 15, 16 artists by the end. Wow. This was a monumental project, but it was super fun, and we had a very talented team. It was a really, really good project to work on.
The big scene that people want us to talk about was the rain scene.
Yeah.
That's something that I'm just gonna let speak for itself in my video. I'm just let it. I'm just gonna put the clip in, and I'll download like a 4K version of it and just let it speak for itself.
Further over.
I worked on it, yeah.
You worked on that shot?
Yeah, I've got it.
Perfect.
Zack Snyder.
Here we go. Ooh, that lightning. Somebody saw The Matrix. Not the first one, but the third one. Those feathers look great in the water.
Dude, it's one thing to animate a bird flying. It's another to animate a bird through a storm.
I think that comes down to staging and having a layout pass, and a layout pass is what happens before animation.
So there's a whole department that's placing cameras and making them dynamic and moving the characters in space. And for this show, we even had like speedometers to go, okay, they fly at about this speed. And that way they could have the cameras moving at a right speed. So for in this case, to make sure the cameras are moving in the right direction so the rain goes the right direction. And then animating, like getting those little inching forward and getting the feeling that they're pulling back and actually animating that, how the flaps are more labored and all that stuff. And then all the feathers and all that just sells everything.
That's just great. That's just incredible. Holy shit.
Departments.
So there's obviously a lot of like simulation stuff happening here between all of the feathers and the water and the raindrops and all of that stuff. But as an animator, you're responsible for the baseline.
Correct.
How does one animate an owl?
I mean, there's obviously there's a lot of liberties taken. You can find like sometimes like footage of an eagle falling or a bird. Somebody captured that, and you can kind of take inspiration from that. But then you're like, well, is it cinematic enough? A lot of these birds that we see in movies often are animated slower because, and especially for a movie like this where they're talking and they're interacting, they almost become people. And so they can't act, like if an owl is this big, they move very, very quickly. They're gone in 2 frames. So you can't have that for a movie where it's supposed to be a dramatic exit.
Yeah.
And it's the big guy, right? It's like, it's the big furry one who's the biggest one of them, and the live action footage is like, let's say 3 frames to get out. Like, no, I'm gonna take like half a second or something like that to really get the push on the thing to make him feel heavy. Because if not, I don't think the audience could connect to them.
So you almost are animating these owls as if they're 6 foot tall human beings.
Pretty much.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So when you're animating, you're not just getting a million feathers all physically simulated in real time when you move your wing around, right? So I'm assuming those are added after the fact. But if you're to pluck all the feathers off an owl, you just end up with this weird potato with like 2 sticks coming out. Is that what you're animating? Is a potato with 2 sticks coming out?
No. I mean, that would have been pretty challenging. So for the wings, you do get the primaries, which are the most important feathers that are there, and we had control over them. So if ever you wanted a gap, or you wanted something, or we could put some noise on them, and then on top of that, all the other stuff would get simped.
So some feathers are built into the model that you're animating, and other feathers are added later.
Correct. In terms of the potato, you would get a volume of the body.
Okay.
Which essentially is just geometry that represents the overall size.
Oh, okay.
So not just the skin, like as if you're to shrink wrap the owl.
Correct.
Interesting, okay.
Correct. So you animate to that. So if ever there's a design change, that has to get updated because then we can get the proportions so that when you're animating and you're putting them, trying to get certain silhouettes or whatever, you've got the right sizes that you're working with.
The type of owl that Soren is, imagine if you pluck
That's incredible.
feathers off. The head of the owl kind of looks like any other bird.
Yeah.
But like that specific shape of like the almost like plates, the tea saucers around the eyes coming to like the peak at the nose. Like that's all part of it. You need that for like the expressions.
Of course, yeah.
And so you just have like a kind of simplified geometric version of that when you're animating.
Well, for the faces, they're more detailed because we need to have them emote, the lower lids, all that is there, but the little tiny feathers, no. Like maybe we had a texture to make it look nicer, so when we're presenting to Zach and stuff like that, he knows what he's looking at and it feels more appealing, but no, the feathers are not there.
There's some pretty impressive stuff going on. I mean, obviously there's crazy simulations and really beautiful rendering and all this kind of stuff, but the thing that really hits me is just like this feeling of that they are flying and moving forwards, but in reality, all we're seeing is just a model going like this and like feathers waving in the wind. Like, it just feels so alive. I mean, the idea of all these individual feathers being wet and like moving on the owl as well, and I guess you guys have to make it look like it's an actual owl while still being a little bit of a cartoon.
But a lot of it is, I think what makes this so successful is a combination of all these departments working well together, and I think that plays a big part.
I mean, yeah.
You've got to be kidding me.
I know. We have looked at Transformers so many times at this point. Well, we're looking at it again.
And we're gonna look at it more in the future, because that's just how it is.
Say what you will about the stories of those movies. Those are technologically artistic masterpieces.
Yeah, they are.
I worked on 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
Ooh, I don't think you want to say that out loud, brother. 5? I mean, they talk about Dark of the Moon. Yikes. It's okay. Kong Skull Island's great. I'll finish this later. I just want to get the owl part.
The pure ones are monsters.
I mean, yeah. If you watch the movie and know about Star Wars, yeah.
At all.
Okay. This came out, yeah, I was gonna say, this came out recently for sure.
So The Guardians of Ga'Hoole was released September 24th, 2010. Yes, you heard that right, 2010. Based off the book series Guardians of Ga'Hoole, it was directed by Zack Snyder, who is known mostly for his superhero movies, with this movie being his first entry into the animated movie world, and quickly becoming his last. With a budget of $80 million, they are...
I already like this guy's video. Holy shit, I like it.
Who is known mostly for his superhero movies, with this movie being his first entry into the animated movie world, and quickly becoming his last. With a budget of $80 million, they were able to profit over $60 million, with a box office total of $140.1 million. However, at the time of recording, this film was only able to amass a measly 52% Rotten Tomato score and a 63% audience score. This had many people scratching their heads. With such a revolutionary piece for animation and a seemingly captivating story such as this, what went wrong? Let's dive into this movie's plot and get a better understanding of what this film brought to the table. In a fictional world where talking owls take the place of humans, the Legend of the Guardians of the Owls of Ga'Hoole follows the tale of two young tidal owls named Soren and his brother Clud. We quickly see that Soren idolizes warriors of the Owl Kingdom called the Guardians of Ga'Hoole, reenacting their famous battles to his younger sister Eglantine while his brother just cringes. But Soren draws particular attention to the lives of Keel, the supposed glorified leader of the Guardians who is powerful enough to rip the beak off their enemy's commander, who is now known as Metal Gear. Of course, these are just played off as just make-believe tales of the ages, and the Guardians are believed to only be myth, and are just advised to sleep. But Clud makes the dashing proposal to attempt to partake in some night flying lessons, even though they can't quite fly yet. Now screwed at the bottom of the forest floor with no one to save them, they are first ambushed and then captured by two scouts of the so-called Pure Ones, who, might I add, should learn to shut up. They are then rounded up and brought to an outpost ran by the Pure Ones, who now make themselves very clear.
Yeah, they were kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie.
Taito supremacy and is ran by this witch. Confused as abandoned owls, they are informed that they will be separated as either pickers or soldiers, but only Taitos get to have the privilege of becoming soldiers. As punishment for trying to be set free and defending a smaller owl named Gylfi, Soren is sent to become a picker while Clud is selected for soldier duty. It is here now we see the brother travel down two vastly different paths. Soren, after learning that other picker owls are being moonblinked, whom to be honest doesn't look much different from today's society, are tasked to look for little bits of a powerful crystal which inhibits the owl's ability to move.
Yep, this came out recently.
However, since Gylfi knew the Pure One's wild trap and warned Soren ahead of time, they
because when this movie came out, that was like pre Tumblr and 4chan taking over mainstream, which has led to what we are today. And I will die on that hill. And I will be back. I have to go take a piss. I don't know if it's because of the fast-paced world we live in, or the quantity over quality of the internet, or me just worrying that I'm gonna take forever or even longer than forever than I already have making this video and everything, and then realizing that I technically started this research on this movie back in June and have either been lazy or procrastinated or shit has gotten in the way. But then I have to remember, this is my first video on this level of ambition, so I'm not one to usually cut me some slack in order to discipline myself, but like at the same time, the level that I want to do is more than I've ever done before, you know. So, and I see all these different channels and I get jealous, but then let's just look at the proof here. It's like how long has this person been making videos, you know, and okay, technically 8 years ago, but you look at, you know, and I'm sure that, like, let's see, so 2 years ago, I'm sure that, okay, I'm sure that this took a lot of time for him, but he's gotten better and quicker with the process over time, and, you know, has more of a format. Same thing as this person right here. Let's see.
100. Yeah, well, we...
Yeah, I already saw 5 years ago and everything. Yeah. So I need to cut myself some slack here, because I do need to beat myself up to get it done. This is my first video, so I'm also nervous of not making it the best I can, or failing or whatever, you know. But Ender's Game is another one that I want to talk about, because it was an interesting movie. So I'll keep that for a later day. At least I know where to go for Lost in Adaptations. The Dune ones I'd want to see. But we'll stick with the Guardians of the Galaxy for now. Alright, where was I?
Moonlit. Then they are quickly taken under the wing of Grimble, are tasked to look for little bits of a powerful crystal which inhibits the owl's ability to move. Or so they coined their gizzard. However, since Gylfi knew the Pure One's wild trap and warned Soren ahead of time, they avoided being moonlit. Then they are quickly...
So this is basically just a recap of the movie for me, but I'll let it slide. I'll let it play.
They are informed that they will be separated as either pickers or soldiers, but only Tytos get to have the privilege of becoming soldiers. As punishment for trying to be set free and defending a smaller owl named Gylfi, Soren is sent to become a picker while Clud is selected for soldier duty. It is here now we see the brothers travel down two vastly different paths. Soren, after learning that other picker owls are being moonblinked, whom to be honest doesn't look much different from today's society, are tasked to look for little bits of a powerful crystal which inhibits the owl's ability to move. Or so they coined their gizzard. However, since Gylfi knew the Pure One's wild trap and warned Soren ahead of time, they avoided being moonblinked. Then they are quickly taken under the wing of Grimble, one of the guards who had been overseeing them the night before. Secretly despising the Pure Ones who had taken his family when he was young and forced him to service, he reveals that the Guardians of Ga'Hoole are real and are the only ones who would be able to stop the Pure One's reign of terror. And while he tries his best to enable Soren and Gylfi...
Honestly, the fact that Grimble had more fleshing out of his character than Clud, the who becomes a villain of this, like, movie, basically, like, who becomes a hero, Soren, who becomes a villain, Clud. The fact that Grimble had more fleshing out and more of a flashback than Clud, I should probably make a note of that. There, I made a note of it. Peter watching this later, because it's weird. It's a little bit of poor decision making.
For their journey on such short notice, it doesn't take long for the witch Naira to find out what is going on, with Clud tagging along having returned from training. Now fully converted to the Pure One's antics and becoming loyal to the regime, he aids in Grimble's murder, but narrowly allowing Soren and Gylfi to escape in search of the Guardians. It doesn't take long for the Pure to realize that they are lost, and quickly run into the acquaintance of, yeah, I'm not saying that name, I'm just gonna call him Steve. Steve brings him back to his hollow, to where we meet his roommate Twilight, not to be confused with the movie, an American Idol.
It's Digger. It's not. I get the scary last 5 words, but just emphasize the D and you're good, man.
Jack, who tries to break down Song every chance he gets. With their aid, and they're able to reach the Sea of Hulamin, where they meet this thing, whose whole point is to lead them in the general direction of the Guardians, but decides to go on about body. Yes, with their aid, and they're able to reach the Sea of Hulamin, where they meet this thing.
I don't remember Rio 2. I love Rio 1. That was like, you know when you're a kid and you watch something so much that like the DVD starts to scratch just from being used, or back then when it was VHS tapes and the tapes would like burn out and just, you know, the tape would just become a mess. Rio 1 was that for me when I would be babysat. Yeah, I love Rio. Rio 2, I don't remember that. Was there a Rio 3? Probably not. I hope not. Rio 2 was already disappointing for me. Someone who loved the first one.
Thing, whose whole point is to lead them in the general direction of the Guardians, but decides to go on about body parts and shit for too long. With this stretch of the journey the most treacherous, they encounter a blizzard in the middle of the ocean because that makes sense, and Steve becomes Frosty the Snowman. But luckily, he's saved by a bird with a helmet, who we later learned is the Queen of the Guardians.
That part
Soren,
was
now
funny.
a tree, tries to explain to the Guardians that the Pure Ones are mounting an attack of sorts with those crystals he had first-hand experience with, which everyone seems skeptical of, especially this owl, who believes Soren is full of shit, to which a feeble old owl in the background comes out and sides with Soren and tries to convince the king that true or not they must investigate. Meanwhile, back at the Pure One Stone Palace, Naira is impressed by Clud's loyalty and proceeds to focus even more to hopefully get more out of him. Clud, who is unaware of her manipulation, ends up capturing his own younger sister Eglantine and proceeds to Moonblinker for pretty much no real reason at all other than to serve as a bridge for what happens next. Sent to investigate the Pure One's plans, Alomir and 2 others make it to the Stone Palace, and as they attempt to breach their security,
Yeah. Again, I'm not over here saying that this movie is going to be a magnum opus, an underrated gem of the story of the century that has been lost to time. So, yeah.
But more to hopefully get more out of him. Clud, who is unaware of her manipulation, ends up capturing his own younger sister Eglantine and proceeds to Moonblinker for pretty much no real reason at all other than to serve as a bridge for what happens next. Sent to investigate the Pure One's plans, Alomir and 2 others make it to the Stone Palace, and as they attempt to breach their security, it's revealed here that Alomir is a traitor to the Guardians, having been teased at the beginning of the movie in a meeting with Metalbeak, but their identity unknown. Back at the Kahul Tree, Soren and his feathered companions further their training, now considered.
That was done well. Well, I mean, up until their meeting, I was like, oh, okay, so he's the bad owl from the beginning. So, on that end, when it came to the meeting, it was a little on the nose, but they had something in the beginning of like who's this mystery owl and everything, but kind of just rushed it.
Your new occupants to the tree, and as new occupants, Alomir and 2 others make it to the Stone Palace, and as they attempt to breach their security, it's revealed here that Alomir is a traitor to the Guardians, having been teased at the beginning of the movie in a meeting with Metalbeak, but their identity unknown. Back at the Kahul Tree, Soren and his feathered companions further their training, now considered new occupants to the tree, and as new occupants, they are required to learn different branches of skills.
And this is where the scrutinized part of the obligatory animated pop song, which was Owl City, which I didn't mind as much as other people, because on one hand it was a song made for the movie, so on that level I already have a little bit more respect. I enjoy when artists make songs for movies that just relate to it in every way. Plus, it was Owl City in 2010, peak.
That's called Chuz, and after an Owl City.
I know everyone loves Fireflies deep down inside. Everyone loves Fireflies, but Owl City, that shit slaps.
Companions further their training, now considered new occupants to the tree, and as new occupants, they are required to learn different branches of skill sets called Chuz, and after an Owl City themed montage, good choice, we once again meet the old owl who stood up for Soren,
My boy. That's why I subbed. My boy.
known in the tree as Easelrib, in different branches of skill sets called Chuz, and after an Owl City themed montage, good choice, we once again meet the old owl who stood up for Soren, who is known in the tree as Easelrib, a rib or teacher for their weather interpretation charm, and for his lessons he teaches Soren how to fly in slow motion. Although Soren failed his test, Easelrib summoned Soren back to his hollow to tell him how impressed he was. Confused, Soren realizes what Easelrib was actually writing, and the mark present was consistent with that of the story Soren had become fond of growing up, meaning that Easelrib had been the author. But he wasn't just the author. Easelrib reveals that he, in fact, was the Lies of Keel, which makes sense considering that Easel is just lies spelled backwards. Alomir then comes back to the Kahul Tree without his colleagues, but instead the paralyzed Eglantine, telling the Guardians that the Pure Ones, in fact...
I actually never realized that. That's goofy. It's like the movie where the clip of, oh my, they're gonna eat her and then eat me. Oh my god. Goblins Who, yeah. Eddie Burback made a great video on that. The town's name is Nilbog. Can you guess what Nilbog is spelled backwards? Goblin.
Hollow to tell him how impressed he was. Confused, Soren realizes what Easelrib was actually writing, and the mark present was consistent with that of the story Soren had become fond of growing up, meaning that Easelrib had been the author. But he wasn't just the author. Easelrib reveals that he, in fact, was the Lies of Keel, which makes sense considering that Easel is just lies spelled backwards. Alomir then comes back to the Kahul Tree without his colleague, but instead the paralyzed Eglantine, telling the Guardians that the Pure Ones, in fact, are up to no good. They then take immediate action to mobilize all the Guardians to the Stone Palace, including Easelrib. Soren wants to join. Easelrib advises it would be better to care for his sister and flies off to join the entourage. It's a good thing he did, though, as once Soren's sister finally woke up from her trance, she informs Soren that the Guardians are heading into a trap and that Clud was the one who did this to her. Enlisting the help of his friends, who also stay behind, they try to make their way back to the Stone Palace to warn the Guardians, but they are too late, having taken the bait set by Alomir. The Guardians are trapped using the crystals from earlier, but not if Soren can help it. With Twilight and Steve serving as a distraction for the bats and Gylfi existing, Soren is able to set the Guardians free by flying in slow motion again, this time through fire, and destroying the mechanism holding the Guardians in place. Confusing Soren and his friends as Guardians, Metalbeak kills off Alomir for not delivering all the Guardians.
Well, okay. There are two parts where the slow motion just makes sense for the story-wise, for the gizzard moments, which sounds random, but it makes sense in the movie, is the one where he's flying in the rain and the one where he's flying in the fire. So back off there, Moon.
Trapped using crystals from earlier, but not so. As once Soren's sister finally woke up from her trance, she informs Soren that the Guardians are heading into...
This guy already naturally speaks fast, which I respect, so I need to slow it down a little bit.
trapped, and Claude was the one who did this to her. Enlisting the help of his friends, who also stay behind, they try to make their way back to the Stone Palace to warn the Guardians. But they are too late, having taken the bait set by Elvir. The Guardians are trapped using the crystals from earlier, but none of Soren can help it. With Twilight and Steve serving as a distraction for the bats, and Gylfi existing, Soren is able to set the Guardians free by flying in slow motion again, this time through fire, and destroying the mechanism holding the Guardians in place. Confusing Soren and his friends as Guardians, Metalbeak kills off Alamir for not delivering all the Guardians to him. Good riddance. Now in full-blown fight mode, we get to see some of Zack Snyder's signature visual style as the Guardians and the Pure Ones brawl to the death, while Isilrib has other plans, engaging with Metalbeak in a supposed rematch to the battle that took Metalbeak's, beak to defeat him once and for all. In the chaos, Soren spots Clud and attempts to try and reason with him to stop siding with the Pure Ones, in a scene that almost exactly mirrors that infamous Star Wars scene.
Yeah, it really
The scene was
does.
inspired off this. After Clud tries to
No,
force his own
it
brother to try
obviously
and kill
was.
him, he succumbs to instant karma and becomes dinner. Soren, believing that the Pure Ones are the ones to blame for his brother's death, decides to directly confront the leader, Metalbeak, narrowly saving his mentor, Isilrib, from almost certain defeat. But just as quickly as it started, Metalbeak is slain at Soren's hand by poking him with a stick. They hype this guy for this long only for him to die in under a minute with little struggle. Great. Anyways, with Metalbeak's death, Naira and the rest of the Pure Ones decide to flee, meaning that Soren and the Guardians came out victorious and make a rival back to the Gahul Tree with all the...
It wasn't as underwhelming as he makes it, but it has a level of underwhelming nonetheless. So I'll give you half a point there of a point.
Hand by poking him with a stick. They hype this guy for this long only for him to die in under a minute with little struggle. Great. Anyways, with Metalbeak's death, Naira and the rest of the Pure Ones decide to flee, meaning that Soren and the Guardians came out victorious and make a rival back to the Gahul Tree with all the rescued elves. Soren's parents are there as well too, even though no one has told them where they were, as well as asking no questions about his own brother. But
Yeah, the parents in the end kind of just are like the parents from Stranger Things. It's like clueless. It's just, oh, good job, kids.
the movie ends with Soren and his companions being sworn in as new Guardians, not wearing the helmet, and Soren telling the story of his adventures to younglings. Let's start by reading some user reviews to gain some insight on where the problem lies. You really have to be into Owls to fully enjoy this movie. Wrong. Visually engaging
well,
film, that's
he's a furry. Well, I never been one that goes bird watching or goes fucking crazy over owl videos, but yeah, I just disagree with that point. The point I'm trying to make is I just disagree. I don't really think so. Engaging film that is quite engaging, colorful, but lacks.
Quite engaging, said twice, and colorful, but lacks any real emotional connection. This film highlights what many people criticize Zack Snyder for. Looks like he's got some haters. Lots of nice visuals, but not much else. Fortunately, this dark children's story is overtly complex and confusing.
Brother, that is not. No. Again, I've argued over the past 2 hours, that it is heavily oversimplified. Which, I guess, I said it like a couple of minutes ago, hurt the story for being oversimplified, but I guess even the oversimplification wasn't enough for this person, so at that point, I don't know what to say other than skill issue.
Not one of Snyder's better efforts.
But lacks any real emotional connection. No. I mean, if you're there to watch it, you do get into it. Like, you do get into some characters. Like, you want to see what's going to happen to them, where they go, especially the main character, which is the whole point of a movie, really, because, like, he's not perfect, and he, like, stumbles and falls, and is not an immediate, just Mary Sue. So, yeah, this was just a bad take. I'll take.
Lots of nice visuals, but not much else. Unfortunately, this dark children's story is overtly complex and confusing. Not one of Snyder's better efforts. Him and Michael Bay should get together then. But I don't know how this movie is confusing. Legends of the Guardians.
Yeah, it's not.
Also, the whole isn't just a terrible title, it's also a terrible movie.
The title, say what you will, it's a long title, sure. I've gotten used to it, I guess, but terrible movie. Nah, I just disagree.
They cram so many.
There are much worse movies. Shit that comes out nowadays that are worse than this movie.
Characters and backstory into the cliched fantasy plot that I was having a hard time keeping up.
Cliched fantasy. There were no fucking elf. I don't know why my chat is messing. Oh, it's just okay. It's on YouTube, so slow. Yeah, this is the movie that I've been. I had one movie that I originally wanted to make my first, but I put that on the back burner for this one, and this one's taking a little longer than I anticipated. But yeah, no, it's look. I'm trying to make a video on the movie. The movie was not goated. It was good. It was good. It was not goated. I'm sorry. And this is someone that's trying to bring back some hype or something for this movie, because I don't want it to be lost to time as much as it has been. Because like when it comes to channels with at least 2K subscribers or more, I've only found like 20 videos reviewing it, and for something like that on the internet, it feels so small, you know, for just 20 videos. Oh, it was worse. If you were here on my previous stream, I had all my, like, basically videos that I keep on my second monitor for when I'm playing video games or something, just to chill or have something background music wise or noise wise. This is I neatened it up today. This is just like for me to maintain all my stuff, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, which I'm trying for today, my YouTube music, just so I have it there still. This is all streaming stuff that I had before I started stream, so I'm gonna try to do that again after stream. And then this is just a couple of the ones that I've gotten through so far. I still have all these random ones, which might be the same ones here. So I'm having this watched part right here. I forgot to add a couple. There's no way, I've only watched 2. But yeah. And then there's some that are like the video game or random like AMVs and shit like that, just to not have it lost to time on YouTube. So yeah, like I don't know, I'm not gonna use this video at all, but this is a person opening up the DVD rental, mind you, rental of Legends of Guardians Galhul. So oh yeah, this is when DVDs would have trailers before you got to the main menu of your movie. Yogi Bear. Oh, it was the fucking Dogs vs. Cats movies. Those were something else. It's still the same trailer. Yogi Bear. Boo boo. The game looks okay. It's something that I have to look at later. I'm not going to look at it at any of it now. I have it all saved and stuff like that here, of like playthroughs, trailers and shit like that. So this trailer is probably somewhere in here in like 480p because it's from 10 years ago. But it looks interesting. Having the game trailer before the movie on the DVD is something that I didn't see before. And there was a lot of tie-in games back then. Is this Ninjago? Oh, it was that Random Nights thing that flopped. How many trailers are... I forgot how many trailers there were on DVDs. This is Harry Potter? Whoa. Looks like a Wii game. It was. It was just one of those movie tie-ins that were on Wii, PS3, Xbox 360, and then there was like the shittier versions for PSP and DS. Everyone went crazy over Hogwarts Legacy, but this doesn't look that bad. I think this is like, yeah, this is Harry Potter Part 6. Yeah, because 7 and then 7 Part 2, which is 8. So this looks like the 6th movie tie-in game. This doesn't look that bad. I mean, Harry Potter has a big fan base, so maybe I can make a video on that. That's a video idea. Old Harry Potter games, forgotten ones. Because there's that classic of, what's his face? It's so classic that I forgot about it. Where's Roblox? Dude, I'm putting games on pause. Any game on pause for my videos right now. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be playing any games until I put this video out, because I just need to put this video out. I'm just trying to get really disappointed in myself. This game doesn't look that bad though. That's another video idea. What was the thing I went on about? It was the GameCube Harry Potter game. I think it was for the first game. I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting his name right now. He's like one of the main characters. Where the fuck is he? His actor died like 2 years ago. He's the one that, like, what the fuck? There's no need, dude. I haven't opened up these 5 game launchers in days. Like, I haven't played a video game in general, even off stream. Hagrid, Jesus Christ, how the fuck did I... Oh, first of all, where is he? You look up Harry Potter characters, he's one of the main characters. Where is he? This is stupid. How is he just not here? Hedwig is here, but Hagrid isn't. That's crazy. But yes, you know what I'm talking about. There's that classic that actually baffles me. But maybe it's just the thing where it's like when you're trying to find the name of something, you just can't find it, so Google wanted to fuck me over. Point is, Hagrid GameCube face. Yeah, this classic thing. Yeah, they even brought it back to Hogwarts Legacy, or either that or the new Quidditch game. But point is, everyone only thinks that this is the only like Harry Potter game before Hogwarts Legacy, but clearly there are other ones. Where are you? Where's the DVD opening? Where the fuck did it go?
Hi, hello.
Where did it go? There it is. Hey Natalie, what's up? I'm okay, I'm just researching this movie still. This doesn't look that bad. I've never seen anyone talk about these older Harry Potter games. Again, other than the GameCube one that I just talked about. Oh, this was definitely Hollows Part 1. Yeah. How many trailers were there before the movie? Holy shit. Natalie, at this point, I guess I stream occasionally. Sorry. I have to do this wall move. Yeah, I mean, at this point, with how many I swear if there's one more trailer, this is actually crazy. I don't remember the DVDs having this many trailers. That was like 5, at least 5 trailers before the movie. But yeah, back to the point I was trying to make. I don't know what I'm going to do with this video other than have moments like this on stream just to make fun of it. But like, it's here on my list of videos I have to relate with it in any way, shape, or form. But these for now have been like reviews, people watching it for the first time, people talking about book adaptations. Is this in another language?
Welcome back to Being Enigma, my little owlets. And today...
Yeah, so it's just the captions. So her talking about story building, which would be...
This movie is a really, really well-polished turd.
Bad takes like this, you know. Not right now, Natalie. I'm focused on this right now.
Until I realized I just didn't care. The animation couldn't hold my attention either. What a waste of talent. I'm sorry, if this animation couldn't hold your attention, well, that I was having a hard time keeping up. Until I realized I just didn't care. The animation couldn't hold my attention either. What a waste of talent.
Wait, what? What is this review?
But I don't know how this movie is confusing. Legends of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole isn't just a terrible title, it's also a terrible movie. They cram so many characters and backstory into the cliched fantasy plot that...
They don't cram so many... What? You must get lost if you watch fucking Lord of the Rings or something. And so much backstory that's one problem that holds this film back, is that they had to cut a lot of backstory and gave backstory to other characters that didn't need it, but then the main villain, or the main character that becomes a main villain, wasn't given his backstory. What the thumbnail of Penguin is. Oh, yeah, because there's a big bird. Are you ready for this genius comedy? There's a big bird in the movie. Let's see if I actually look up characters and it'll show up. Alamir, yeah, he's the big bird. And I have a hilarious... Alright, here he is. He's just the big goofy bird of this movie. And I have this hilarious idea of... Do you remember the I'm the biggest bird, like, meme that was like around for a week? And I can't type right now. The biggest bird. So I have an idea of whenever I put a scene or B-roll of him, I'm gonna have this song.
Don't know what you heard. Oh no, oh no. But I'm the biggest bird. 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 I'm the biggest bird.
Natalie, we already did this. You followed my Twitter.
Bigger than a castle where you're an ostrich. They wanna be like me, but they can't be like this.
So yeah, I'm planning on using that song for the video to, I don't know, bring humor to some parts where it needs it. I don't know, just to keep the video interesting. So yeah. So that's why the plus I'm pretty sure I just called the stream's title Researching Bird Movie. What's your ID? It's a Florida ID. I'm not going to show it on stream. Yeah, I just put a Researching Bird. Oh, okay. The text got cut off. That's why. It says here, I'm the biggest bird. Actually, it just being the penguin is a little more funny now that I think about it. Okay. That's actually... I don't know why that's funnier to me, but it just being a penguin. Natalie, I'm starting to think that you're a bot now, because we already had this conversation on this stream back here. So, I already followed you on Twitter and on Insta.
I'm the biggest bird. I'm the biggest bird.
So yeah. Comedy.
That I was having a hard time...
Let me try to finish this video, because this is actually a good video, and he's got like user reviews and stuff like that. Like, a lot of the stuff that's in this video is stuff that I want to talk about. Like, you know. Yeah, like, this guy, basically, his format is what I want to do. So, you know, geniuses think alike, but just in my own way of, like, explaining the video. So, yeah, explaining the movie, literally. Yeah, I'm actually looking at it now. I really hope this guy doesn't think I copied him, because this has been my planned format, is explain what the movie is, talk about the creators and everything, a little bit of backstory, and then recap the movie. And then I was gonna do what the film did right and wrong, like that segment right after this, and then a couple of the user reviews. So, and then yeah, close it. Shit, this guy might think I copied him. I mean, hey, geniuses think alike. You know, it's just a really good format when it comes to movies. It's explain the movie so people have a backstory or some explanation of what the hell you're talking about, and then talk about the movie, and then things that it did well and bad, and what other people thought as well, and then what you think. Which is why I wanted to put the user reviews over here, and then what I think last. So, yeah, it's just a good layout of segments. You know, as long as he doesn't see the stream, it's all good. I mean, hey, if he sees the stream, that's a Moonshoe. Even though you're a furry, you got a solid 10 out of 10 idea on how to make videos. So I respect it. I won't be making, falling birds out of tree Fortnite jokes. But I'll leave that to you. I'm gonna have my own comedic thoughts of this.
I'm the biggest bird. I'm the biggest bird.
My own creative liberties. So, but yeah, good shit.
Well, isn't just a terrible title.
I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm hoping. Putting out these videos is then people check out my channel. Like that's literally all I've been doing. I've already found, like, even channels that don't post anymore, or channels that made videos 12 years ago that are still posting today. I've been finding plenty of channels that, like, relate to my movie or relate to the video that I'm trying to find, and I've been interested in their other work, so I've been subscribing, and that's what I'm hoping this video does is people have the same curiosity. I'm basically banking off of that, of people having the same curiosity of, like, what else does this person do? Oh, well, they've got streams, so let me check out what these past streams have been or something, or check out streams when they come out, So, or just stay subscribed for future video ideas, because I have plenty of them. Wow, I know someone that would make really mad. 0 out of 10 toothless. Does he shit on How to Train Your Dragon? Where is it? W Cameo? Who?
It's also a terrible movie. They cram so many characters and backstory into the cliche fantasy plot that I was having a hard time keeping up.
Pick up the phone. I'm gonna give you real advice for this. I'm not picking up the phone on a stream right now. What do you want? Go stream your own stream, and then I'll bring you on. How about that? But no, dude, I've been really trying to focus on just basically, I've been just watching stuff to. I don't know, as cringy as this is gonna sound, it's the only way that my brain can format words right now. Download the knowledge for later, so then I can look more in depth with the books and what they have and the creators of it, so that I can actually start writing the story, because I have an idea of what I'm gonna talk about in each part, but yeah, see, I was not lying. This Google Doc is months old. Look, so, well, other than, this isn't that guy's first video, so start with channel, intro for a channel, which is something I have an idea for there. But then, yeah, give a quick summary of the movie, talk about the movie, the making of, give conclusion on the movie and what you wish could have happened and why it failed. See, I'm not, I keep losing it. I'm gonna pick up the phone. I'm just gonna mute you, so give me a second. Nah, if you say some dumb shit on my stream.
there's no comparison. They wanna be like Chickadee singing in the wind. Hold up, be honest, yeah, I'm not them. Bigger than a moa, they're scared when I show up. They scared of the claws that tip my legs. They say I'm like at the size of an egg. I'm the biggest bird, it's so absurd. I'm the biggest bird, how have you not heard? Haven't you heard? Haven't you heard? Don't know what you heard. Don't know what you heard. Don't know what you heard. But I'm the biggest bird. 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 Hey, P ordinance, you're a hitter when I walk in. Who I is. The fly above me, don't wanna give me no company. It's okay with me. You can't be on my perch. You cannot. You can't rest in my roots. No, you can't. I already know how you do. Biggest bird, that's me, Mr. 2002. That's me.
Alright, perfect timing, I'm back. Also, that was to show what I want to made out the mess. Fuck yeah. What I want to put in the video. But it was also simultaneously me testing if I'm gonna get copyright claims on that. Okay, this song isn't so bad that it falls under the algorithm of KSI's Thick of It, okay? I won't stand for that. This song is good. Is that Glorb? Krusty Crew Anthem. I love these SpongeBob AI songs.
Yeah, I'll smack Mr. Is this any way to behave? What's my name? Can we show a little decency and form a neat single file line in front of the register? Oh, hurry up! Brand new bag for bro, but I didn't pay for it. I don't like spending that cash cause I'm trying to savor it. Secret formula, I went and put flavor in.
Oh, I've heard this before. Yeah, okay, 15 million. The intro I've never RTC.
I do not fuck with no places, I can't let no haters in. Sponge boy, get back on the grill. The customers already waiting, they already paid for the meal. Squidward, you been through the deal. Keep watch for that little boy that's plotting on me, I know he gon' steal. He gon' need some foreplay. Some tissues. Crush the crew, told it the mess. Mess with the game, you get all of these issues. I just been counting this money. I just left it a bank cause it's funny. Not selling no patties, that's chummy. I open my doors, they start running. It's an event when we open doors, just like the bubble ball. The patties are fish, they are never cold. That's something that play that would never know. That's something for plankton I'll never show. Some buckets of place that I'll never go. This ice on my wrist will forever glow. They counting you out cause I ran the pole.
Bars.
If he talk on the crew, I got 13 words to say to him. Ain't no more customers up in this restaurant, you know there's no saving him. No. They can barely get by, he eating holograms, living a lot. We kicking them out if he step on the spot. They're watching me flourish, I'm watching them rot. Damn. Brand new bag for bro, but I didn't pay for it. I don't like spending that cash, cause I'm trying to savor it. Secret formula, I went and put flavor in. I do not fuck with no places, I can't let no haters in. Sponge boy, get back on the grill. The customers already waiting, they already paid for the meal. Squidward, you been through the deal. Keep watch for that little boy that's plotting on me, I know he gon' steal.
Is Patrick Rick Ross?
Got nothing on the Krabby Patty. That's a whole bunch of stars you can't steal. Whatever, we are this bitch.
Or Pop Smoke, rest in peace. Yeah, I love. What the fuck is that? I Show Speed vs Talking Ben anime, the final episode, part probably 1. I know I'm supposed to be researching my movie, but you see a title like that.
I love you. Do you love me back? Do you love me? Let's go.
No.
You said it, bro.
No.
Congratulations. Congratulations, bro.
No.
Did you like it?
No.
Do you love God? Do you love God? Do you love God?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. It's you know what? I judged too early. It was actually pretty fire. Such a stupid concept, but executed so well. This either took them a week to make with no sleep, no showering, and no food, or like 2 months. This is goofy as hell, but I actually like it. Holy shit.
If we was the last two people on Earth, would you reproduce?
You're gonna use that clip? You're gonna use that clip? Eee. Ooh, if you know, you know. Ooh, the music switch out. Oh, who's this? Is it Tom? Who the fuck is this? It's Tom, ain't it? Holy shit, this is great. That, no, wait. That, okay, I was gonna say, that can't be it. I don't know what this is, but, okay, the commercial. This is sick, man.
I do this for you fucking living. Stop fucking playing me, dog. See, nothing else. It's got me started now. I'm sorry. I do this for a fucking living. You talking about right fucking now? I got me started. When I start sweating, it's a problem. When I start sweating, it's a problem. When I start sweating, it's a problem. Now you gonna copy me? Now you gonna copy me?
This is so good. What the fuck?
Show me everything you have to offer.
Going back to my whole spiel about how Hollywood just feels all the same right now and just boring and dull. We need more of this. This is why I love the internet. Ronan, I hope you go places, man, because this is... Oh. Holy shit. They jumping him.
Finished already?
Oh shit. Dude, this is incredible. So many sound clips of speed to use.
This is actually rather fun.
Bang.
You look tired. Need a break. Do not grieve. Your data will reside in me for eternity.
Holy shit. It's like Kingpin. Come on, Ben. Come on, it's always been a fun rivalry between you two. What he's doing is murder. Come on, Ben. Don't let him do it to him, Ben. Who the fuck is this?
Bang.
Just a random Ben.
Bang. 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 Bang.
What? Oh, there's no captions. Who's this? Oh. Oh, they fucked up now. No. No! Oh, it's gonna end on a cliffhanger.
Now it's just the galaxy in 2-4 energy. Out with no sun, the radiation turns into another dust. Now chemicals and cynicals and come up. And that's 3 states of matter: solid, liquid, gas. Solid, liquid, gas comes into another constant virtue. And if you make solid gas into another constant virtue, it comes photosynthesis. And that's where hyperthesis come into play.
Never thought I'd hear Speed spit biology like that. Where is it? Where is it? Oh no. No. I'm gonna have to. Alright, hold on. Last one. Last one. How did he animate this? He got a whole series. Fuck yeah, man. He has little sizzlers.
And don't get discouraged if you drop the ball. We all do that sometimes. It's about how many times you can pick them balls back up and learn to hold them tight. Cause life is all about juggling balls. So you might as well. Get that butt.
Finally about time. It's that time, Chad. We got 500,000 people 2024 music. They're waiting here for 2 hours. This is the camera right here. They love you so much, bro. But, you know, I feel amazing here now. I love you.
This is incredible.
You know, it's a lot.
Oh, fuck. This is incredible.
It's a good amount of money here. You know, it's a lot amount of money here. I got you, bro. From me to you. Oh, you hugs. 2024 music. So wait, what's the deal with the mask? That's just something you were rocking with, Billy? All right, well, chat. Look, we got questions for him. We don't got him for too long. Let me know. I really do appreciate you coming though, for real. I know you don't ever do shit like that.
Love you. Thank you so much for everything. 2024 music. Thank you, Aiden Ross, too, for hospitality. It's important that we have, like, you know, good bonds with the streamers.
Follow Aiden, please. Thank you, bro.
Mind blowing. My very best is actually insane. Thank you so much. Pleasure. Back to the studio. 2024 music.
So how was the Grammys?
Oh man, what the fuck is you doing, cuz?
Is that Snoop?
Yo.
Bro, $2 million, bro? Bro, why the fuck you ain't pay me, bro? That's crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's fucked up, bro.
The cards.
Bro, he didn't get paid that.
Bro, you paid for 6 minutes.
No, I didn't. Well, kind of.
Bro, I just seen you give him a bag of cash. Bro, we gotta have a talk when I see you,
Bro.
The teaser. Fuck yeah. Yeah, 2 months, man. 2 months. There's parody animations, there's original animations, and there's streamer lore animations. Like a level of niche that is just beautiful.
That's how I realized
Anyway, back to actually researching my movie. This was for later. This is all stuff for later. Yeah. Alright. Just neaten this up a little bit. This is how I started. This list didn't show me Hagrid. That's fucking crazy. Anyway. Oh, it did. No, it didn't. Nobody saw anything. It didn't have bad list.
I just didn't care. The animation couldn't hold my attention either. What a waste of talent. I'm sorry, if this animation couldn't hold your attention in the same year Incredible Bulk was released, what a waste of eyes. But this does raise the question, what a waste of talent.
That came out the same year? Dude, 2010 was crazy year for animation. Incredible Bulk? I love the animation in this movie, but Incredible Bulk was something else.
Hard time keeping up until I realized I just didn't care. The animation couldn't hold my attention either. What a waste
L take all around.
of talent. I'm sorry, if this animation couldn't hold your attention in the same year Incredible Bulk was released, what a waste of eyes. But this does raise the question, could the plot itself be the issue? Let's look at one more. A boring, crammed adaptation of children's books that fails to capture any magic or wonder from its source material.
Didn't deserve the 1 star, but this is definitely coming from someone that, like I'm saying, the reviewer was definitely somebody that read the books. So, on that end, I'll give you half a point and a voice crack.
And this review just opened Pandora's box. We now see two opposing sides. Those who claim that this film is unfaithful to the source material, and those who claim that the plot and characters themselves had uninteresting and boring characteristics that made the audience lose focus. And I can tell you for a fact that while neither of those points are necessarily right, they're not necessarily wrong either.
Yeah.
Let's start out with what this film did right. The visuals, for one, are absolutely jaw-dropping. I might argue that this animation could certainly pass in the theater today and for many more years to come.
I really hope this guy doesn't think that. I hope this stream is proof that, hey, I'm giving you full credit. This is a great video. You're helping me research the movie that I want to make a video on as well, you know? I really hope that this guy doesn't think that I just copied his flow word for word, bar for bar, because this is just like it's I'm always going to be biased here, but the best one I've seen so far talking about the Guardians of Ga'Hoole, but also mostly because it's almost in the exact same format that I want to make my video on, just with live action and green screen and a couple more jokes sprinkled in here and there, and a little more in-depth in some areas.
As someone who has never seen this movie before, they would say this movie was made in the past few years, not 2010. The characters also are another strong suit. Casting was not out of place, and each of their character arcs were extremely engaging, particularly with Soren and Clud. And this directly leads into my explanation for the best scene of this movie being when Clud
I wish Clud's could have been better.
officially turns on his own brother as an ally for the Pure Ones. This scene established the previously hinted diverging paths that the two brothers were heading by 3 words from Clud, in which a delivery gave me absolute chills to hear. Even though we as the audience were
It was still good, but okay, it was still good enough, because now this is coming from someone that has looked at the source material of the books, and Clud's character is just so much deeper in the books, you know. So now I have those conflicting views of like, oh yeah, that was good, but then learning about the books and it's like, ooh, that kind of lessened it for me.
Up to this point, it set up the real main conflict for this movie, not between the Pure Ones and the Guardians, but the internal struggle that Soren faces with his brother. As through the entire movie, he tries to win back his brother to the side of good, and when he finally gets a chance to confront him about it in the final fight, Clud uses his act of mercy to try and murder Soren, proving once and for all that he was loyal to the evil and jealousy that had consumed him. I want to give an honorable mention to the plot reveal with Isildur being the Lies of Kiel. Being the owl that most of the Ga'Hoole tree looked down upon was also an interesting character arc that I feel like was sort of overlooked. The entire movie, Soren believed that the Lies of Kiel was this glorified warrior that was the king of the underdogs, and the reason he looked how he did was because realistically, battle is not glorious, not beautiful, but merely doing what is right.
Yeah, that was actually a really good part that I liked about. He is probably my favorite character in the movie, because that part was like, shit, yeah, true. War is not as glorious as stories and fairy tales makes it out to be.
Which honestly, this quote by Isildur was an absolutely heart-wrenching thing to hear, but it was true. And although the scene, in my opinion, was not the best scene, it is certainly a close second. But now, this is what this film did wrong. Call me a broken record from the past few videos, but this ending was atrocious. I'd argue that after Clud perishes in the fight with Soren, this movie absolutely falls apart, and there's a valid...
I can see what you're saying, but it's because they tried to set up for a sequel. It's blatantly obvious that they tried to set up for a sequel, which I wish happened, but we don't live in that timeline. So, you know, would I have rather them? Because it's weird, you know, because on one hand, it's like they hoped they could have made a sequel, and they left sequel bait, blatant sequel bait at the end, but at the same time, they squeezed 3 books into one movie. You know what I mean? Like, which I'm guessing then they would have taken more source material from spin-off books. The analogy that I'm trying to make is like, imagine if okay, let me stay on this first. It's like they put the sequel bait because they hoped they could have made it, right? Be able to have the opportunity to make it, but at the same time, they squeezed 3 books into one movie because they didn't have faith it would do as well as they hoped to get to the point of a sequel, which is weird and sort of a pessimistic way, but you know, I bet there were level of productions where they thought this would be the next big series, but then at the same time they'd be like asking, like they'd be bringing it up to their family or friends, and then they'd be like, yeah, I'm making a movie on I'm working on this movie based on a book series, and then the person would be like, who? And then the animator would be like, oh, it's the Legends of the it's an owl book series. And then I don't know, you know, I'm trying to see it from like a human animator level perspective, but then also from like a financial, like Hollywood perspective of like putting sequel bait but not having faith in it, and then it kind of trickles down into like the animators, and then like that example I gave there. But the another analogy that I was going to give is like it's like if Peter Jackson put or in some form, one or another, possibly put all 3 Lord of the Rings movies into one movie, you know? That doesn't really work because Lord of the Rings is such a masterpiece of a trilogy, but just follow me here. It's like that, you know? It's like putting 3 books, three Lord of the Rings movies into one movie, you know? But then putting sequel bait. And then at that point, it's like, well, I would like it to be expanded, but at that point, wouldn't there be more flashbacks and retcons, possibly, if you're going to make this into a series? You know, it gets messy. So, yeah. And that whole tangent came from just him saying that the ending was bad.
That's true. And although the scene, in my opinion, was not the best scene, it is certainly a close second. But now, this is what this film did wrong. Call me a broken record from the past few videos, but this ending was atrocious. I'd argue that after Clud perishes in the fight with Soren, this movie absolutely falls apart, and there's a valid reason why. The very fact that this is an adaptation to the book series, there were 16 books in the series, and quite frankly, fitting a storyline that spans this many books is a daunting task, but they also could have done it in a much better way than they actually did. The whole movie, the main antagonist, Metalbeak, was seen as an unstoppable force, where even the mightiest of the Guardians could only rip off his beak. Even getting to the point where in the final rematch between Easelrib and Metalbeak, Easelrib is almost defeated, and then when Soren intervenes, Metalbeak just dies in the laziest way the writers could have thought of possible. And shortly after,
yeah,
it almost feels like the movie didn't end because the story.
I wish Lies could have weakened him, or the fight could have been longer to make like his stamina run out, you know. I'm speaking as in like Elden Ring terms or some shit, but like, you know, he runs out of stamina or is weakened by Lies, which then it could have made more sense writing wise of this rookie coming in, and like, you know, it's not on the level of like Luke Skywalker using the Force to shoot a 1 in a million shot into the Death Star, you know, because there's mystical with that, and there's the Force and him being connected to, you know, it's more and of him being a rookie, you know. It would have more been like if in A New Hope Vader is fighting Palpatine and it's just a consistent fight of just, you know, one powering the overpowering the other power, but seeing no stamina drain or seeing no weakening, and then Luke coming in with the lightsaber that Obi-Wan just gave him in the beginning of the movie, and then killing Palpatine. You know, it's like the level of just like if Darth Vader and Palpatine were fighting for a while, you know, while a whole other battle was going on outside, and it was Vader and Palpatine fighting for a long while, you know, and you can see them being drained, or Vader got some cuts in there, you know, then could have a little bit more, you know, what's it called? Suspension of belief. Of, okay, a rookie can come in and, you know, finish the fight, I guess, but there wasn't any of that, mostly because it was just such a short scene, kind of not rushed, but due to the limited time of the end of the movie. So, yeah.
It ended because they ran out of money, and it gets even worse. When reading the synopsis of all the books in the Guardians of Gahul book series, the main plotline of the movie only mirrors the first half of the first book, with the rest being entirely inspired or made up of spliced elements from book 2 and 3. And after taking a step...
Yeah, there's the whole, like, you know, book 1, 2, and 3, it's like, well, then how are you gonna make a sequel if you already put pieces of the second book or the third book in there? You know, it's just, I don't know. I wish something could have been made out of it, though, still. Something could have been salvaged into a sequel.
The main plotline of the movie only mirrors the first half of the first book, with the rest being entirely inspired or made up of spliced elements from book 2 and 3. And after taking a step back and seeing the plot from an all-encompassing point of view, you can really see the heartbreaking truth and why this film is doomed to fail from the plotline alone. While not confirmed, in my opinion, they never planned for a sequel to be made. It really seemed like the director just wanted to make this film to gain a bunch of money from all the loyal fans of the Guardians of Gahul book series.
Does this guy have a Twitter? I would love to bring him onto the video. Like, at this point, like, shit is in sync right now.
Abruptly end the movie when it is no longer
I've never seen this video, by the way.
to make. Well, and why this film is doomed to fail from the plotline alone. While not confirmed, in my opinion, they never planned for a sequel to be made. It really seemed like the director just wanted to make this film to gain a bunch of money from all the loyal fans of the Guardians of Gahul book series, and then abruptly end the movie when it is no longer profitable for them to make, while also using bits and pieces from later events as a sign that they never seek to continue the storyline further down the road, and that the fans and the loyal audience has to stick with this one movie. So, while the side that claims that the uninteresting plot, and the side that claims that this film is unfaithful to the devout Gahul fans say that these are major reasons that this film was so poorly rated and didn't receive a sequel, aren't entirely correct. They aren't wrong either. It's just a little bit of both. The ending gives away clues of a much bigger plot.
Yeah.
If you didn't know anything about
It's a lot of everything, really.
Gahul when this movie came out, you would have been blown away by the visuals and the storytelling that this film had to offer, like myself, other than that rushed ending. But for those devout fans, they most definitely felt betrayed and used, as this almost certainly felt like a scheme to get their money and get out. However, we're
Yeah.
here to talk about the movie itself. This movie, as a movie,
Like, imagine a small book series. Well, not like small in sense of how many books there are, but small fan base, right? And in a time of like Harry Potter, you know, getting huge movies and getting millions of dollars and getting this huge fan base that still stands the test of time today, you know, and getting your book picked up and hearing that your books are gonna get at least a movie, you know, and then seeing how messy it is, yeah, that hurts.
ignoring the Gahul
Which I bet this guy gets into.
because that's a whole different beast, and I'm not a book channel, was amazing and probably had the most memorable characters and the greatest animation storytelling I've ever seen. The thing that ruined it, though, was the botched ending. Since there's no future conflict, I was really teased at the end, which most movies with sequels tend to do. They basically just threw a bunch of fanfiction prompts at the screen to hopefully appease the audience and then just ended the movie. It's almost like Zack Snyder and the producers made this movie knowing it would be doomed. Despite all this, I will give Guardians of Gahul.
Dude, I am on point with this shit, man.
My final rating score of a 7 out of 10. Hopefully, later down the road.
Yeah, that's literally like the holy shit. Is this me under the mask in like 2 years into the future? What kind of fucking voodoo is this? Because the previous video was like 8 out of 10, and I'm like, it's not a 6 out of 10, but I'd say 7 out of 10, and this guy just hit it on the nail.
Road, they can take this botched excuse of an ending and turn it into something great.
It's just good, but it has some terrible values like the sequel bait and shit like that, but then it has some great values like the animation and like the characterization of owls and parts of the story where it's like, yeah, that actually hit pretty hard. That was pretty good. It was interesting. I have no idea what just popped up in my chat, but how do you say hi in French? Say hi in French.
Salut.
Salut. There. I'm not gonna. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's this is risky. This is risky. Oh, maybe this is a sign. It's not letting me copy and paste it. So.
Like a sequel. Hell, there's probably even millions of different ideas on fanfiction.com they could probably read through. Oh, that. Thank you guys for watching. Comment, like, and subscribe. Is there any other movies you want to see?
What was up?
Zack Snyder.
I saw Furry. I heard fanfiction. I have to go back.
Producers made this movie knowing it would be doomed.
Okay, so I see Furry. I heard fanfiction. and the person in my chat right now, I'm reading the word femboy. What is going on? This is hear no evil, see no evil, and speak no evil. What the fuck? Everything else is in a different language except femboy. That's just funny.
Despite all this, I will give Guardians of Ga'Hoole my final rating score of a 7 out of 10. Hopefully, later down the road, they can take this botched excuse of an ending and turn it into something great, like a sequel. Hell, there's probably even millions of different ideas on fanfiction.com. They could probably make it. But with that, thank you guys for watching.
Yeah.
Comment, like, and subscribe. Is there any other movies you want to see?
I mean, yeah, when there's someone like, and I truly believe that each series has a fan that really has an amazing idea of where their favorite series or one of their favorite series can go. And I have no doubt in my mind that there are. Okay, I'm actually about to ban my first person because I have no idea what this person is saying. We'll see. It's on Twitch. Okay. But the point I'm trying to make is I really have this strong feeling that each series has somebody that might not ever get to tell the story, might not ever get into the industry, but they really have a genius idea of where the series can go. So you know what? I agree with this. Of like, I bet somewhere out there is somebody who has gone like, you know what? This movie was something. It took parts of first, second, and third movie, and as a faithful fan, I cannot love it 100%. I can appreciate it, but I can also make my own idea of how can they salvage this, because a lot of fans think that way. It is like, how could they salvage this series, you know? Shit, I mean, I've seen some Star Wars fans already do that with The Acolyte, you know, as trash as it was. I've seen people like not only doing like those rewriting videos of season 1, but like full on, okay, this happened, what can we do with season 2 in this time period with these characters, with the plot lines that they've opened up now, you know? It's like sort of the it happened, what can we do better, like how can we progress from this, you know? So I truly believe that there's probably someone out there that is part of the Legends of the Guardians fan base that has made that. So just have to find it.
See me cover. I'll see you all later.
I mean, hey, great video. This is just, yeah, you know, the hat, the mask, literally my channel. Where is it? Right here. So. I will watch your career with great interest. Alright, what is this shit? Hold on, give me a second here. What the fuck is this, man? Because, like, I thought it was just, like, one bot message, but... Is there a fucking revolutionist in my chat right now? What is this? Look at this shit. Okay, let's just keep it one chat at a time, I guess. Leroy Jenkins? Get this shit out of here. King Marcel was in Zaragoza. He went to an orchid full of shade. On a step of blue marble lies down. Around him he was more than 20,000 men. He addresses his dukes, his counts. Listen, lords, what evil overwhelms us? Charles, the emperor of sweet France, came to the country to confuse us. Okay. His counts, listen, lords, what evil overwhelms us? Charles, the fuck is that guy? Shut the fuck up. Alright. Bringing in poetry, but then having the last part of their name be femboy is throwing me for a loop here. I have no army to fight him. I have no men to disperse his people. Disperse his people. Advise me, a wise people that you are, and save me from death and dishonor. Not a pagan who answers a single word except Blancandrin of Castle Valfonde. Alright. Story's developing. What's part 3 gonna be? Blancandrin was one of the wisest pagans. He was a knight subject to his lord and capable of helping him with his common sense. He says to the king, "Do not be frightened. Send a message to Charles, to his proud man, to the superb man, to assure him of the faith services, your great friendship. You will give him bears, lions, and dogs, 700 camels, 1,000 goshawks that have molted, 400 mules loaded with gold and silver, enough to fill 50 carts." Okay. So now we have an incentive for King Charles to help us, I believe. He will be able to pay his soldiers with it. He has waged enough war in our country. It is time for him to return to France, to Aix-la-Chapelle. You will promise to join him there on the feet. Oh, so we're seceding to them and paying his soldiers to go back. Okay. Feast of Saint Michael, to receive the law of Christians and to become his liege man in all goodness, all honor. If he wants hostages, give him 10 or 20 to gain his trust. Let us send him the sons of our wives. I will send him mine, even if he perishes there. They want this fucker out of their country. Alright, femboy, what's the last part? Better to them to lose their heads than to lose us, our honor and our domains to be reduced to begging. I mean, to a certain point, yeah. Sometimes you gotta just give up, I guess. Oh, there's more. Femboy's still, he's still. All right, let's see. I don't know why I do it in French, but hold on, let me just look up with this real quick. Maybe something will pick up. I should have translated it first. The Song of Roland. Why is this page so bright? Alright. Okay, we're still. Blancandrin said again, "Be my right hand here, and by this beard that the wind makes float on my chest, you will immediately see the French disperse. The Franks will go to their country of France. We got one more part of France. When each of them returns to their best home." This is so interesting. I don't know who this is, but this is the first I've ever seen before. Okay, the Franks will go to their country of France. When each of them returns to their best home, Charles in his chapel in Aix will celebrate a great feast in honor of Saint Michael. Okay, so I guess it was Michael before? I don't know. Or Michael. The day will come, the term will pass, and he will not hear words from you or news. Why? Hey, yo, femboy, slow down. You got me hooked already, but let me keep up. The Emperor is terrible and implacable heart. He will cut off the heads of our hostages. I need to know who's saying this. I think I have an idea of who I have like a list of characters, at least like 3 right now. And 2. The third one is Michael. The Emperor is terrible and his heart is implacable. He will cut off the heads of our hostages. Better for our sons to lose their lives than for us to lose beautiful sunny Spain. Okay. So this is the Spaniards ordering somebody to get the French the fuck out of here. And then to suffer so many aches and pains, the pagans say, it may well be so. Did it restart? No, Femboy, don't do this to me. Did it restart? Why is Leroy the first word? I guess Leroy means king. Okay. King Marcel has lifted his council. He then calls Clarin de Balaguer, Estremerin, and Etrupen, his companion Primus, and Garland the Bearded, Machiner and his uncle Mahieu, Hyoimir and Maubin de Outremer, and Blencandrin to explain them his plan. These are the 10 of the most felonious which he chose. Felonious. Felonious. Oh, well, I don't know. Lord Barons, you will go towards Charlemagne, who is currently besieging the city of Cordoba. You will carry olive branches in your hands as a sign of peace and submission. If through your skill you can bring us to an agreement, I will give you gold and silver, lands and fiefs at your pleasure. The pagan said, our Lord speaks well. Honestly, I'm having fun with this. Thank you, Femboy, for... Let's see. Alright, we got another part. I'm sorry. This is so interesting. I've never seen someone just go in and put a full... What's it called? Story? King Marcel lifted... Wait. Did I... Oh, you copy him. Wait, what? Hold on. Did I screw up? What was this one? This one was... Okay, yeah. So I was talking about skill. This one was... King Marcel lifted his council. He said to the people, Lords, you are going to leave carrying oil... Wait, Charlemagne? Okay, Lords, you will be... branches in your hands. You will say for me to King Charlemagne that in the name of his God he has to thank for me. He will not see this first month end unless I follow it with 1,000 of my faithful. This must be Femboy's favorite story, because to receive the Christian law and to become its liege man by faith and by love, if he wants hostages, he will surely get them. Blancandrin said you will have good insurance there. To be getting some good rates. Maybe a quote. Marcel brings 10 white mules that the king of Seville once sent him. Their brakes are of gold, and their saddles are of silver. The bearers of the message go up there with the olive branches in their hands. They arrive near the king, who holds France in his power, and who cannot avoid being deceived by them. Ooh. God damn it, I'm trying to learn what this is, and you keep adding more. I'm guessing the first word here is going to be the Emperor. I'm calling it. Yeah. The emperor is in joy and jubilation. He took Cordoba and he tore its walls to pieces. With his war machines, he overthrew the towers. His knights made very large booty of gold, silver, and rich armor in the cities. Not a single pagan remained who did not die or who did not become a Christian. The emperor is in a large orchid. With him are Roland and Oliver. Did somebody just put like a bot of the Christian Crusade? Or I think this is what that is. Duke Samson and Proud Anisi Geoffrey of Enuge, Gonfen Onir of the King, Garen and Garir are also there. They're also there. And many others with them. In all, 15,000 French people from France. These knights are seated on white carpet, and to have fun, they play at the tables. The wisest and oldest play chess, and easy graduates fencing. What are you trying to say about high school graduates, huh? You don't think I can play chess? E4. Under a pine tree, very close to a rose hip tree, is an armchair made entirely of pure gold. There sits the king who holds sweet France. His beard is white and his head is all flowery. His body is beautiful. His countenance is proud. To those who seek it, there is no need to show it. The messengers of Marseille dismount and greet the emperor with all goodness, all love. Blancandrin speaks first and says to the king, "Hail in the name of God, this glorious God whom you must adore. Here is the valiant King Marcel tells you, after having inquired carefully about your law, which is that of salvation, he wants to give you a large part of his treasures, bears, lions, and greyhounds on a leash, 700 camels, 1,000 goshawks." This is sounding like that 12 Days of Christmas song that have molted 400 mules loaded with silver and gold, enough to fill 50 carts. And then the king says, you don't need those riches to get salvation. All you need to do is accept Jesus Christ. You will have so many bezants of fine gold that you will be able to pay your soldiers, but you have stayed in this country long enough. It is time for you to return to France, to Aix. My master undertakes to follow you there. The emperor stretches his hands towards God, lowers his head, and begins to think. So what I'm gathering is that these were holy men. So because God was on their side, they were whooping France's ass, or Spain's ass. I'm guessing Spain is the pagans. The emperor keeps his head bowed because he is used to speaking in his own time and don't tend to rush. When he finally stands up, he shows a face full of pride. He says to the messengers, "You have spoken well, but King Marcel is my great enemy. These words you just said, how can I trust them?" True. I mean, they didn't bring any proof. "You will have," said the Saracen, "good hostages. We will give you 10, 15, or 20. I will add my son to it, even if he perishes, and you will have none, I believe, more noble, when you are in your lordly palace on the great feast of Saint Michael du Perel, my master following his promise." The first word is going to be you. I lied. I don't know French. Don't believe me. Will join you at these baths that God created on purpose for you, and there he will agree to become a Christian. Charles replies, so he will be able to escape again. I don't know if this is the best way to convert people to Christianity, guys. I mean, sure, Jesus died on a cross, but he didn't really do it with violence. So I don't know about this, Chief. Kind of making us look bad. The day begins, which was beautiful. Begins to the day, which was beautiful, begins to decline. Charles has the 10 mules taken to the stable. In the large orchard, he sets up a pavilion where the 10 messengers receive hospitality. 12 servants take great care of them. Until clear daylight, they spend the night there. The emperor rises early in the morning. He hears mass and matins, then go sit under a pine tree and summon his barons to hold council, not wanting to do anything without those from France. Shit. What the fuck? I don't know what just happened. Okay, we're good? We're streaming? Still live? Okay. The emperor goes under a pine tree and summons his barons to hold council. It is Duke Olgier and Archbishop Turpin, Richard the Elder, and his nephew Henry. It is the brave Count Encelin of Gascony. They have some cool names back then, I'm not gonna lie. Theobald of Reims and Milan, his cousin Greer and Garin are there too. Fuck those guys. And with them, Roland came, followed by the noble and valiant Olivier. There are more than 1,000 French people from France there, and Galien, the French. Oh, and Gainalon, the future traitor, attended. Then began this council of doom. Remember I was supposed to be looking up shit about Owl movie? Lord Baron said the Emperor Charles King Marcel has just... hold on. 10 o'clock. About to come on 4 hours of streaming. Lord Baron said the Emperor Charles King Marcel has just sent his ambassadors. He wants me to take a large share of his riches, bears and lions and levers on a leash. 700 camels, 1,000 goshawks, and have multi 400 mules loaded with gold of Arabia. That's new. We didn't know where the gold was from, but the list was pretty much the same. With over 50 tanks filled with the same. But he asked that I return to France. He will join me there in my place in Aix to receive our law. Okay, this is sort of repeating itself. It's kind of, we already know this stuff. To receive our law, which is that of salvation. Having become a Christian, it is from me that he will get his marches. But I do not know what his secret thoughts are. The French say we must be careful. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of promises, so you'd be stupid to just be like, oh, okay, yeah. Greedy, more. Stupid and greedy. The Emperor has finished explaining the matter. Count Roland, who is one of the contrary opinions, stands on his feet and fights the proposals. He said to the king, do not believe Marcel's promises. It has been 7 years since we came to Spain. I have conquered you and the nobles Comable. I have taken Valterni and the land of Pina, and Balaguer, and Tudela, and Seville. King Marcel has always behaved like a traitor. I don't know why I'm still entertaining this, but this has me... It's pushing me away now, because it's just a lot of the same, you know? But it had me hooked. Formerly, he sent you 15 of his pagans, each carrying an olive branch, who spoke the same language to you. You took advice from your French, who shared your opinion lightly. You then sent 2 of your counts to pagan, one of Bashan and other Basil. And Marcel had them beheaded in the mountains above Haltoya. Ooh, that's... we didn't know that. We didn't know that he did that before. That is traitoring type shit. Continue the war as you had begun. Lead your armies before Zaragoza. Besiege it all your life, but avenge those whom the felon caused to perish. L'Empereur. The Emperor remains with his head bowed. He torments his beard and twists his mustache without answering yes or no to his nephew. All the French are silent, except Guénelon, who stands on his feet. Guénelon's a traitor, right? Or the future traitor? Who stands on his feet, advances in front of Charles, and proudly begins his speech. He said to the king, "You would be wrong to believe the fools. The others of me only listen to your advantage." The others or me. Fanboy, come on, I'm trying to research here, man. When King Marcel tells that he wants to become your liege man with joined hands, hold all of Spain as a gift from your hand and receive our faith. He who advises you to reject his condemnation little cares how we die. This is advice of pride which must not prevail. Let us leave the fools and stick to the wise. Wow, yeah. After him comes names. In the entire court there is still It's not that I'm bored, I kind of just want to get to it, you know? I don't know if that's... or I'm tired, I don't know. After him comes names. In the entire court there is no better vessel. He says to the king, "You have heard Count Guénelon's respond correctly. Wise advice, as long as it is followed. King Marcel is defeated in the war. You have taken away all of his castles. With your machines, you have broken its walls. You have burned its cities and defeated its soldiers." We know that. Oh, please don't make me yawn. Okay, so I think quando means when. Bro, I'm getting better at this. I also speak Portuguese, so quando means when. So it's weird that French has a lot of... I mean, Portugal's like right over there, so I don't know. When he places himself at your mercy, it would be a sin to demand more. Why is my fucking... When he places himself at your mercy, it will be a sin to demand more, especially since through his hostages he gives you every guarantee. The great war cannot last any longer. The French say the Duke spoke well. Is it the Duke that said this? So it would be a sin for them, the French, to demand more, especially since hostages are guaranteed. Okay. I look like a fucking idiot scratching myself. Holy shit. Alright, here we go. Lord Barons, who can we send to Saracen, who holds Zaragoza. Bro, I love these old names. Old-timey names are so badass. I don't know why. I can go there very well. Roland replies, certainly you will not do anything about it, said Count Oliver, because your heart is too ardent and too fierce, and you could go, and oh my god, I'm jumping all over the place, and you could, I'm afraid, get into some nasty business. As for me, I will go willingly, if it is the will of the king. So Roland wants to go, but someone else said, you're a little too hardy. This is interesting. This is fun. This person came in like 30 minutes ago, probably. Who is this? They created this count an hour ago. What? Why do they have a picture and shit? I mean, yeah, they've just been. This is interesting. Shit, I'm falling back. Falling behind. Where was I? Sigur's Barons. Alright. So is this a bot? If it was created an hour ago, did it get banned earlier? And because I'm not banning it or reporting it, it's not. Someone else is going to be blessed with whatever this is. A French historian bot. Be quiet, both of you, said Charles. Neither of you will set foot there. By this beard, whose whiteness you see, none of the 12 peers will be chosen. The French are silent and remain silent. Okay, so Charles said that. I only want to give this 3 more minutes, but at the same time, I'm so intrigued. Turpin of Rame rises. I could just look this up later. I need to self-discipline myself here. Come on. Turpin of Rame rises from his rank. Handsome Lord King, leave your Franks in peace. For the 7 years that you have been in this country, there has been nothing but pain and sorrow. Sire, give me the stick and glove. I will go find the Saracen of Spain and tell him a little of my way of thinking. The Emperor, full of anger, replied, go and sit on this white carpet and do not speak any more unless I order you to. Ooh. He said, shut the fuck up. Alright, I'm only doing this till 10:30, so femboy, if you can hear me, you better get the rest of the shit ready, because I have to go back to my shit. Frankish knights, said the Emperor. Charles, choose me a baron for... Okay, this is just the whole bunch of dudes now being like, me, let me go. Choose me a baron from my land to carry my message to King Marcel. Then Roland exclaims, it will be Gainlon, my father-in-law. If you keep it here, you won't send a better one. The French say he would do it very well. And that's where we're going to leave that for it now. One more. One more game. Maybe this is where they finally choose someone. And the king said, Gainlon, come before me and receive the staff and glove. You heard it's the French who were pointing you out. Sire, said Galen, it was Roland who did all this. Stop, just Galen, just take it. I will never... What? Wait. It was Roland who did all this. I will never love him again in my life. Neither him nor Oliver, because he is his companion. Didn't you want to go? Okay, on that confusing note, we end that chapter. I don't know what the fuck this was. I liked it. It's interesting. Yeah, we stopped at 10:30. How do I check when messages are sent? I am not proficient on Twitch. Can you really not check when messages are sent? Can you really not check when messages are sent? I swear there's like an in-depth thing of like you can check everything that they've said. I've seen Twitch streamers like click on names and see like alright, well again, I'm still new to streaming, so anyway, back to research.
Titles.
This is 29 minutes long. 26, 23, 24, 22, 5, 4, 18.
My name is
52.
Yeah. Honestly, one of the coolest thing that I've seen. Like that was probably the coolest thing. But as an animated film, we've never seen that in a previous animated film. Where
that much slow-mo now.
Yeah.
It's the exact Snyder's blueprint.
That's the third time he said it, guys.
Third time, hey, I have to say it. I also
In
like.
no time.
Alright. So, this I'll listen to on my own time. These I'll watch on my own time. Maybe. Depends. I don't know. We'll see. For now, let's just do these first.
Hi, I'm Zach, and welcome to really, really well-polished turd. Hi, I'm...
I've only seen Osmosis Jones once. I remember a lot of it, but
Zach, and welcome to Not Great, Not Terrible, a show where we review mediocre movies from the not-so-distant past.
I forgot that came out.
Today's subject is Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole, a computer-animated family film which came out in 2010. And, oh boy, this movie is a lot weirder than I remember. So the movie starts out with an intro.
Alright, interesting start.
They're directly copy-pasted from a Harry Potter film, except without Hedwig.
Warner Bros. And Harry Potter. Because it has an owl. Okay, A. I mean, you like what you want, man.
You follow an owl until he lands, at which point we start to meet main characters. We have Soren, Dickish brother, Why Is There a Snake, Small Friend, Old...
Well, actually, there are snakes that owls don't kill because, like, it's a real thing. I'm blanking on it right now for the actual real life reason why. But it's kind of like a, I think it was called symbiotic. It's like those rhinos that have the birds on them, or like when those crocodiles or alligators let the birds like clean their teeth and everything. It's kind of like that. I don't remember specifically to what they do with the owls, but it's basically just like, I help you, you help me. That's it.
Wario, Owl Hitler, and it, a few more owls for good measure. Why are there so many goddamn characters?
It doesn't feel like that, I'm gonna be honest with you. Unless you have an actual, like, TikTok attention span, or you can't juggle more than 5 characters, then yeah, you're gonna have a problem with this, but you're gonna have a lot of problems in life, so I don't think Guardians of Ga'Hoole is the Owls of Ga'Hoole is your worst problem there. Biggest issue. Yeah, I've been hearing this now the entire day. I don't see, there's not that many characters. It's not that many.
Also, everyone's named after a bird pun of some sort. Are you fucking kidding me? Anyways, Soren and Dickish Brother are doing something right.
I think Zach watches CinemaSins. I'm just getting that vibe.
Are you fucking kidding me? Anyways, Soren and Dickish Brother are doing something right. But they fall off a tree and get snatched by unnecessary comedic duo. They're taken to the home of the Pure Ones, where Soren and Small Friend are separated from Dickish Brother. There's some weird plot things about moonlinking and metal flex, and some real
So you know, just the plot. Okay.
really fucking dumb guards who somehow completely miss the full conversation they're having instead of being brainwashed. But handily, there's a secret good guy who teaches them how to fly. But plot twist, Owl Hitler's wife finds out, and Dickish Brother is still a dick. But they can fly now, so they leave to find the Guardians, meeting a few more characters along the way, including that fucking snake again. So they arrive at the Great Tree, but not before almost falling into the ocean and drowning, because we definitely need...
See, as somebody who's gonna put the fucking song "I'm the Biggest Bird" in my video, as funny as that is for me, I don't understand the sense of humor here. That's just me, I guess. But like, I don't. This is I equate this to CinemaSins humor, which isn't funny.
Leave to find the Guardians, meeting a few more characters along the way, including that fucking snake again. So they arrive at the Great Tree, but not before almost falling into the ocean and drowning, because we definitely needed a bit more drama. We have some owl politics, a musical...
Yeah, here it is. The people just being really critical about the musical montage.
Because we definitely needed a bit more drama.
It wasn't Suicide Squad 2016 level of them putting a pop song every minute to introduce every character. It's like, I don't.
We have some owl politics, a musical montage because why not? And then we cut to Owl Nuremberg, obviously. And then we move on to some more training stuff in the rain, where Soren learns to trust his gizzard. I still have no clue what a gizzard is, but okay, let's go with it.
It's their gut. Is this guy just stupid? I might just be like bullying now. Like, this is just. Why are my what? It takes a while for it to load on my. So there it is. Where are my cat boys? I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I don't know what that is. How do you open up? I don't use. Well, first off, I don't usually need to, but how do you open up like an incognito tab? Because I'm scared of looking this up. I'm not gonna put it up on stream, but how do you open up an incognito tab on this shit? There. All right, give me a second here, Chief. Oh, what the fuck did you just write in my stream? What is that? What the fuck did you? Use Chrome. Yeah, give me a second here. Ah. Gotcha. Is that Alex Jones in cat makeup? I want to let you know that the Google search I just made, or the Opera GX search that I just made, only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 pictures solely based off of Burgundian cat boys, and it varies from drastically different things. What happens if I click videos? That wasn't even a judgmental okay. That was just a nothing happened okay. What the fuck is this 3-hour thing?
But somehow I ended up buying it.
VTubers. That makes sense. Dude, what did you write? Catboys of Burgundy. Show yourself. What do you mean? Is it? I'm on screen. You got me interested now. I love seeing what people enjoy, you know. I like to expand my horizons to see what more the world has. Okay, and now we have the safe search options, so we're getting closer. I'm not clicking that sheep. This is such it goes from Catboy PJ Masks, whatever the fuck that is, to Catboy couch sex combination. Oh wow. I think I found the one specific thing you enjoy, but this is very niche, I guess. Unless the my algorithm is just blessing me and not showing me what heinous, sinful things you enjoy. I'm getting unboxing Hello Scenario Mystery Box Part 1 out of 2 by Miss Bedhead on TikTok. I guess I'm just being blessed right now. Because all I'm getting is Catboy stuff. I got one Rule 34 thing, which I'm tempted to click on. Let me mute my stream. Where is it? Okay. Give me a second here, folks. We're going where only A has gone before. Yeah, you got problems, man. I wish boy could get preggers. Let me just close out my incognito. We're good, right? Please. Oof, okay, that was risky. That was risky. Even just the flash of my wallpaper was risky. Alright, so audio is back for a stream. Yep. Okay. And on that note, I'm going to get back to my very unfunny loser stream. Get out of here. On this person's very funny haha video with CinemaSins level comedy. But yeah, man, you enjoy Burgundy Catboys, the very niche one video topic. Thank you for opening my eyes to the world, and for telling me that you wish boys could get preggers. Any femboy boyfriend? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm the vanilla joke of that guy that says I need a big titty goth girl, but then they look like me. I'm only missing like the flannel and shit.
Oh yeah, and it turns out Old War Hero is actually that Old War Hero from the children's store at the beginning, but he's retired now apparently. Anyways, scouts go to the Owl Nazi home base and see the f***ery going on, so a bunch of the Guardians leave to rescue the enslaved owls. But surprise, the unexplained metal flex from earlier are a secret weapon and trap the Guardians. So Soren and the gang have to go and rescue them. There's a scene with some spectacular fire animation where that trusting gizzard thing comes back again. The tables are turned and we get some aerial combat. Dickish brother comes back, and he's just as much of a dick as before, but he's dead now, so don't worry about it. There's a fight with Owl Hitler, Soren wins, and everybody flies home to the Great Tree victorious. Except...
Only because it's on my mind right now while I'm watching this, while I'm putting myself through this video. If you want femboy boyfriends, just go on TikTok.
There's a fight with Owl Hitler, Soren wins, and everybody flies home to...
Or Twitter.
The Great Tree victorious. Except Owl Hitler's wife survived. And if the movie hadn't mostly flopped, there might have been a sequel. So this movie isn't all bad, but it does have some pretty serious flaws. For starters, the plot of the movie moves along like a freight train. It feels rushed, like they're speedrunning rather than actually going in depth.
Yeah.
As a result, the audience is left with a ton of questions, like, what the f*** is a gizzard?
It's not that complicated. It's their gut. Then you are narrowing yourself right there, eh? Cause like, I like verbatim looked up. Well, okay, you said Burgundian cat boys. You didn't say Burgundian. Which, first of all, I looked up Burgundian and it was just like a country or a food dish. I don't know what the fuck it was. To make this faster, let me just do it on my phone here. So first, what is Burgundian? It's a cafe. Oh, sorry. It's a state. You want medieval femboys? Because that's all I'm getting. I'm getting art, 15th century, medieval, kingdom, knight, armor, counselor, clothing, court, and Tinno. What happens if I look up what is? We're gonna get down to the definition because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. An early Germanic tribe or groups of people. This is making less sense as I go into this rabbit hole that you were opening up for me. Extinct, 6th century. I think they would have stoned these femboys. I don't think these exist. Hey, you got an upper hand on goth girls because they love 10th century Germany things. This is 6th century. You're different. So now we look up not the cafe. Okay, so what's Tinno? Because that was one of the options for Bert. What is this? What is... Go outside. What is... What am I... What... I'm usually good with, like, internet slang and shit like that, whether it be the most brain rot stuff or, like, 4chan level memes, but this is... So, okay, so what was TNO for Bert? Because there's like a meme, I guess. Nope, not that. SS State. I know you've been joking that these the bad guy owls in the movie are Nazi owls, but this is just actual, not like... You want Nazi femboys? Which is such an oxymoron that I can't even comprehend it right now. What is this? That feeling when there is only despair under the sun. Hey, don't give me question marks. I have the most question marks right now. I am looking up I literally verbatim put Burgundian femboys, and I'm just, clicking one after the other, or just being on this surface level of it, and I'm getting shit like this. That's a femboy in a Nazi costume. I mean, this, you said you like it. I don't know. They're all American, brother. There's nowhere. There is no red, white, and blue in this shit. This is all the SS. I mean, there's like a couple Reddit posts, but it's just someone saying, "I love my new dress" or / femboy. There's no anything else. Yeah, either care to explain, or we got a. Femboy fascism. Brother, you have like 5 minutes to explain, or else I'm just gonna straight up be a little afraid of you. Controversial thing to say, but I don't like anything related to Nazis, nor do I want people around that like that shit. Like, femboy fascism. That is such an oxymoron. Alright, you said what? Femboy. Burgundy, like the shit all the white girls wear? All the Taylor Swift fans? Okay, now this is relating a little bit, not the Nazi stuff, but the other one where it was like the love my new dress one. Okay, so yeah, what is Burgundy again? All I remember is that like Taylor Swift made a song about it or something, or I don't know. Just a bunch of white chicks were wearing it last year. Burgundy can refer to a color, type of wine, or I could have swore it's like a jacket, right? No? What am I thinking of then? Where am I? Who are you? Why did you bring this onto my channel? Okay, so it's a color. You want? Okay, so it's a color, or a wine, or a region, which we found one of, or the kingdom, right? Yep, there's the army from earlier. A ticket to France is $577. Okay, that being said, Femboy of Burgundy. I mean, I looked at it now. I'm just getting femboys wearing burgundy stuff. Is that it? I mean, I'm just genuinely asking, is that it? I'm not being like, well, that's the only thing you like? You want to know what I like? And then just go on to something obscene, but okay, that's okay. I mean, I've never heard of people having preferences of people that they like wearing a specific color. It's very niche. Interesting. It's like I only like girls that wear black, which is true because I like goth girls. So, you know what? Okay, you know what? I spoke too soon. I can see the is genreic a word? The genre appeal of people, color of what they wear. Who the fuck is that? We'll finish this video in a second. I promise. First it was the first femboy with the whole. I think it was, what was it, 6th century or 10th century story of France and Spain during I guess the Great Crusade or something like that. And now we have someone coming in saying no, I don't like Nazi femboys. I like femboys wearing a specific color. What the fuck is this? Hello. I'm only getting a book. Or a portrait of someone from France again. You really like the French-German region, don't you? Because that's all I'm getting here. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I can look up what is. Hold on, I'm getting Genshin. Oh, that wasn't. I just put Lothair and then boom, but I'm guessing you're talking about Genshin. I don't know. To me, that's just red. I don't know if that's a femboy. I don't play Genshin because I'm not a degenerate, but you know. So I'm guessing you're talking about. Okay, yeah, Venti from Genshin. Okay, so I'm guessing. This is the last that I'll entertain any Genshin Impact shit. Venti. I mean, I can tell you right now, I had to read who this was, but that could have fooled me. So, I'll be honest when I'm honest. Yeah, could have fooled me. Sure. Hey, man. Why did Venti sleep for 500 years? Top results. Alright, cool. Okay. Interesting. A whole world I did not know anything about. Nor maybe you knew anything about. We both learned today that there are Nazi cat boys and Nazi femboys.
Who the f is Glocks? What the f is Moon Blinking? What the f are these metal flex? And who the f is Glocks? Is left with a ton of questions, like, what the f is a gizzard?
So that was their gut. It wasn't that hard to understand that.
Who the f is Glock?
I'm guessing Glocks is probably their owl god, or somebody that started this whole movement that they look up to.
What the f is Moon?
This is just straight up like, what's it called? Not indoctrination. Hypnotizing.
What the f are these metal flex?
The metal flex are just pieces of magnetic metal that the bad guys learn to harness. This is this isn't stuff that it'd be obviously nice to be explained and everything, to be fleshed out so people like this can understand it, because apparently they can't just pick up like simple things with simple common sense. Like, what is this rock that pulls things together and pulls other metals together? It's like, just that sentence right there. It's like, dude, that's a magnet.
And seriously, what the flying f is a gizzard?
The most common sense that you need for just, non-writing of it not being explained, just being talked about, is the gizzard, which is just their gut. A 5-year-old could understand that. Oh, it's their gut. Okay.
We're also introduced to way too many characters way too quickly.
This person could not watch Lord of the Rings, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Or Hobbit.
Sauron and Gylfi, but the rest are just kind of.
Or anything with a lot of characters. I mean, I don't know. Best viewers on streambot.com. Who are you? Go ahead.
In there for good measure. I mean, do we really need a great gray owl that plays the lute? Really?
Do we need character A who does character A, B, and C characteristics? What kind of that's not a point. That's a moot point. That's like going to any movie and be like, do we need Legolas who only shoots bows and arrows and is badass and does like, so it's the most moot point.
Really? Also, this movie is pretty fucking weird.
Like, he uses the lute as a weapon, like in Mordhau. Like, wasn't that? Because I recently watched like the fucking, what was it? It was one of those game jams that he does. Bear with me here. This is how my brain works. I have to go from one thing to another to find the thing that I'm talking about. I can easily look it up, but I want the one that I'm thinking. Here it is. Wait. Yeah, so Mordhau. There it is.
Block that. Okay. Here we go. Did you do like a... Don't come near me. Back up the
Yeah.
ledge. Stay away. Stay away. Don't come near me. Back up the ledge.
Well, so in this game, playing and fighting with the lute is okay and badass and funny and shit, right? But then when there's a character who uses the lute as a weapon, it's not needed. You know, I don't know why that got me so mad. That was a moot point. Point is.
Do we need a great gray owl that plays the lute? Really? Also, this movie is pretty fucking weird. Seriously, the whole plot of this movie revolves around owl monsters. Like, apparently barn owls are racially superior and all other owls need to be enslaved. There's not even an attempt to make it subtle. No, no, no. This movie straight up shoves it in your face. Like,
Why do you need subtlety about, hey, there's these owls. They think they're racially superior. Again, anyone with common sense is going to be like, okay, those are owl Nazis. What subtlety do you need there? Subtlety is good. Yes, subtlety in writing is good. But, like, sometimes you don't need it. It's like, not every character needs to be 3 dimensions. The orcs in Lord of the Rings don't need to have families. Like, some things are just evil because they're evil. Not everything needs 3 I used to be one that was like, well, this character could have been deeper. This could have been more. I used to be one of those people, but then I kind of realized how annoying that is and how not everything needs to be. Because that's when the magic of subtlety or 3-dimensional characters gets lost, is when everything is that. And then it's like when the fucking villain from Incredible says, when everything is that, nothing is anymore. But, you know, when everyone is super, no one will be, you know? It's like that. It's like, not everything needs to be 3-dimensional. Everything needs to be subtlety. Orcs are evil because they're evil. They don't need to have a 5-second scene showing that, wait, they have a family? Oh, I need to feel bad now. It's like, no, orcs are just corrupted, twisted, evil elves that look evil as well. They don't need to have families. That was stupid. That's another tangent.
here's a scene directly from the film.
As lower species, they are fortunate to serve a higher cause.
No subtle.
No, you don't need it. If you watch the movie, you really don't need. I don't know what this guy watched, like the 10-minute like fucking clips, not the 10-minute clips, the 10 clips that is it Fandango or something, that they put like 10 clips of 3-minute clips from movies and everything.
Subtlety, nothing. It's just fucking owl boxes. Deal with it.
I'm moving on. That's so stupid.
Also
Okay.
fairly dark at times. This is without a doubt a really weird tone for a family movie to take. And
What is wrong with family movies having different tones other than la di da di da? Like, I don't get it. That's he's making it out like there's no subtlety, so it's a boring movie, but also wants the movie to be boring and have no different tones. Make up your fucking mind, man. Unless you just say this shit for the video. A, it's not funny. B, it's not even right. I mean, sure, that's subjective, but like, this is stupid.
as a result, everything just feels kind of off.
How dare different scenes of the movie feel different? One tone be light and one tone be dark at different moments when they need to be in order to flesh out the world. How dare you?
Now, I don't just want to be shitting on this movie.
Okay. Okay.
It definitely has a couple redeeming characteristics. For starters, the animation quality is absolutely excellent, and it's aged very well. They did a fantastic job with feathers, fire and water simulations, and lighting, and it looks downright spectacular at times. This quality is especially impressive considering the $80 million budget, which is not a lot for an animated film. Also, the film's original song, To the Sky by Owl City, is actually really good. It really suits its scene.
So you just trying to look like an idiot at this point. You just like it's not cool to contradict yourself in your own video. Where's the part where he's like? Then there's the music montage. Where is it? Guys, really, this video is feeling like it's 15 minutes long. All right, 4:24. We're at 4:24.
Find the guard. They arrive at the Great Tree. Not politics, a musical montage. We move on to some gizzards, but that will war. Now it's go Kinsley trap the Guardian for fire and imperial combat. Diggish Weather comes back. Our war hero from this trucks his gizzards sleep. And then we move on because why not? And then
Yeah, here.
we have some owl politics, a musical montage because why not?
You just look stupid. I'm sorry. You just look stupid.
Original song To the Sky by Owl City is actually really good, and it really suits its scene.
Either stand your ground or move the fuck over and let someone else make a better video, or don't make, or just make your video better. And like what? Okay. I was hesitant on watching these videos because they're 22 minutes long, but this video feels like it's like fucking 20
As I'm
minutes.
writing this, it's been a full day since I watched the film, and the song is still stuck in my head.
You're still going on about, brother.
Though, that may be nostalgia talking here. I definitely had that one on my iPod back in the day. And really, even though the concepts this movie covers are rather strange for a family animated film, it's not necessarily even a bad story. It's a bit shallow and a bit rushed, but it's still totally serviceable. So, would I recommend you watch Legend of the
I mean, the first thing I can agree on, I guess.
Guardians? Honestly, I'm gonna lean more towards a yes here. Don't get me wrong, this movie is still extremely weird.
It's talking owls. How is that not inherently weird? I mean, what is that point? Talking owls? XD random?
It's oddly dark, a bit rushed, and has a few too many characters to keep track of. But even with the weird...
It's really not, unless you have no frontal cortex or object permanence. I mean, it's not that hard.
It's still decently enjoyable to watch.
Wait, so we have Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Leia, Furry Man, robot that can't walk, golden robot that can walk. Shit, I can't go. It's too many characters, man.
The animation is excellent, but the shallow story brings it down a bit. And really, that's the whole point of this series. Looking at stuff that's not great, I'm terrible.
And making really annoying videos out of it. Goodbye. Furry is very cute. Oh, well, that's where we disagree.
And never without mocking you. Just straight up. See what happens. The voices of the ages whisper to us and tell us what's right.
Duh. I know what's right. I won't be my gizzard slave, and I won't be a slave to the voices of the ages.
Grimble's death was unfortunate. But you?
They got a good cast of voice actors.
You had a chance to follow your brother, but you didn't. Grimble's death was unfortunate. But you had a chance to follow your brother.
What is this recording room? I'm really confused right now. Is this just for testing? Because this can't be takes, can it? This room is like double the size of mine right now. There's no styrofoam on the walls. Those are like the things you would put your sheet music on in like band. I mean, hey. I ain't in the studios. I ain't in the film industry, so I am confused.
To be one of us.
Nice.
Nice.
That was rather good.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah. Birds don't have arms, right? So their arms are taken up by their wings. So if it was like, we would do a thing like, did that spell? I got it. If they're flying and fighting, they would be like, you know, if they're like evading, you know, they would like kind of use their wings and kind of, like for instance, if they wanted to like, you know, they'd either like push up or they would like fold their wings to go low.
I always love when the directors love attention to detail and try to show it. It's always nice seeing passion.
Or they push to go higher. Owls we get in that when we arrive at St. Aggie's, there's only two Tytos, you know, Soren and Clud. Like that's it. The rest of them are all mishmash of owls. So that we also see that they go specifically to those two and try to evaluate them. When I look at it, I should be able to go like, there's hole 1, there's hole 2, here, hole 3, here, hole 4. That's how they're divided up. They face off again at a distance from each other, now like gunfighters. And we see Lies as the feathers are still floating around him as he's trying to like face off. And then we have this little pull back metal beam opposing shot where he's now like saying, I just got you once. And then they both.
Funny enough and sadly, that is, I am 100% confident that is him talking about the deleted scene, which would have honestly been the best part of the movie, and is one of those moments where it's like, why did you take that out? Why? Please tell me what scene you thought would be more deserving time-wise than this. I'll show it in a second.
Bellamy's back. He's alive. He's got owlets.
Hey, what happened?
Lord Alamir rescued 2 owlets in the beaks. I think he ran into some of your pure ones.
Soren! Soren, come fast! It's Eglantine!
Eglantine? Well, let me through! Let me pass! Clud!
Settle down.
Clud!
Silence!
We must put the dolphin back on his throne. Yes. The narwhal bacons at midnight.
Your parents and families have abandoned you, so from now, you'll be classified as orphans.
I don't want to be an orphan.
Horribly tragic, I know, but by the mercy...
What was that?
Orphans.
I don't want to be an orphan.
Horribly tragic, I know, but by the mercy
Okay.
of Locks, you've been rescued and brought here to St. Aegelius. And in time, you'll come to be grateful for the kindness shown to you. You'll repay that kindness with labour. Some of you will be pickers.
Oh, no, I don't want to be a picker.
Some will be soldiers.
Gylfi,
Stay with
In
me.
your ways, all will serve the High Taito and the Pure One.
We don't want to serve the pure one.
Silence.
We want to go home. Let us go.
We don't want to serve the pure one.
Silence!
I'm not letting you hurt one more soul.
Oh, you're not letting me. Oh, what a pity to waste such a strong, young, and confident Taito.
No, Soren.
Oh, you know this sad old owl.
He's my teacher. My hero.
Well, your hero can teach you one last lesson about Pure One strength. By letting you watch him die.
I love watching behind the scenes stuff like that. Do you fear death? Do you fear its cold, icy breath on the back of your necks? I think that's what he says.
Alright, guys, welcome back to...
This was... Yep. Yep. Let's watch this cutscene.
Gavin Evans, and this is my review of The Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Gahu. And this movie is directed by Zack Snyder, and you can tell that he brings his visual style to this animated movie, and it is my favorite part about it. This movie is visually striking. It is filled with style and personality, and he just really nails the animation. I also think the action scenes are legitimately really good. They're thrilling, intense, and just what this movie needed them to be. I also do like the Owl City song in this movie. I know nobody else does, but
That's that. We're here, bud. We do love that song. I don't. It's like I understand that whole like insert pop song to introduce character and to have the scene, but like A, it's a song that was made for the movie. B, it's by Owl City, so come on, it's supposed to be on the nose. Did I really go A, C? B, it's by Owl City, so come on, it's supposed to be on the nose. And C, I was already jumping to my third conclusion, which I'm now fumbling on. Oh shit, hold on, give me a second. What was my first point? I think I'm about to give up. I think I'm about to end stream. And see, it just made sense for the scene. Like, it was just to show them developing and learning how to be guardians. Like, you know, like, I would rather have a song by Owl City, a song they made for the movie, for an owl movie. I think I just made the same point. What is going on with me right now? Hold on. I think I need to eat something. And one that fits the scene. You know, there's some pop songs that don't fit the scene. There's some songs that are made for movies that don't fit the scene. But this one was good. It was. I'm tired of it not being. Of people saying, oh, generic pop song. It's like, no, not at all.
And I think you got yourself lots of potential with the story. The character Cloud is the best written aspect. I thought.
I gotta disagree with you there, because to me, again, this is now getting into the whole annoying book biasy and everything. But like, once I learned it, I just can't unthink it. It is the whole Clud being so much more explained for his character, who he is, where he comes from, why he looks so different, why he joins them, the bad guys so like quickly and everything. You know, it is in the books and isn't written in the movie. So to me, at that point, Clud feels like Clud to me feels like what Kylo Ren was in Force Awakens and what his original plan, if you can call anything from the sequel trilogy a plan, at least the pitch that they gave to Adam Driver to do Kylo Ren was that he's the opposite of Anakin or Vader, where he goes from light side to dark side to then being going back to the light, right? Being redeemed. Kylo Ren was not going to be redeemed at all. He was going to go from light to dark and stay in the dark side. He was never going to be redeemed. He was going to be pure evil. He was going to be unredeemable. Now it's basically like just that premise right there is what Clud was, but it could have been explained a lot better, just like Kylo Ren could have been explained a lot better. So that's where I see the similarities of like could have been better.
He was a great, compelling character, and I do look.
What time for me? Doesn't it say in the bottom right? Yeah, it shows on the bottom right. 11:21.
Like how dumb.
Where are you from? If you don't mind me asking, because I mean, yeah, even on the East Coast. Well, on the East Coast it'll be like 8 p.m. So, yeah, I can understand if you're from there and asking that question.
This movie's willing to get. Like.
Did I say East Coast or West Coast? What is going on with me right now? I am second guessing everything that I'm saying, and I don't know what my points are when I'm making them or getting lost in them. I think I'm gonna finish this video and go eat something. Yeah, 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's a good enough stream for today.
The story of two brothers who end up on opposite sides.
5 a.m. Are you have to be in Europe then, right? Either Europe or like flying over the Pacific right now. I'm trying my best here of like you have to be somewhere on Europe. I'm playing geolocator right now, or GeoGuessr. Jesus Christ, I need to finish this video. Point is, you're either in Europe or somewhere in Asia, or somewhere in between, around there for sure. That's my guess. I'm locking that in.
There was a part where a brother sells his sister into slavery. There was these brainwashed people by the moon, and it really does go for it, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the script kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Every character is severely underwritten.
What I just said. Yep.
For so much of the movie, it just feels bland. It doesn't have a fraction of the weight that
Hey,
it
you
should.
called it.
Like these two brothers, I should care about them and their relationship, and I just don't.
That he's actually the first person to bring it up the entire day. Yeah, when it comes to their brotherly relationship, even though Clud is adopted and everything, right? It's still supposed to be like an Anakin and Obi-Wan level of a relationship, and you don't really see that, and you really don't feel that. That is actually a great point. I haven't heard that anywhere yet.
A strong enough foundation to go off of. And I do think that brings another issue with this movie is that it's too short.
Yep.
I think we needed to spend more time to set up the story, more time to see characters, more time to establish the world building. I think the end result would be a much better movie.
Yeah.
Like the Hours of Yahoo are just characters I could not care less about. Like this movie is just severely underwritten in every element, and
Yeah, it's kind of just like, okay, the legends that we've heard about are on screen now, and they're helping us. It's like, okay, cool. Whoa, okay, nope, disagree.
Granted, and other viewers on the standards, but everyone else just kind of gives underwhelming performances. So there's still enough entertainment factor feel. I do think this movie looks great, it's got some great action. I do think there are some great elements of the plot, but I really do wish this movie had a better script. So I'll give The Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Yahoo, 6 out of 10. Okay, have you?
Fair enough. You know, I still give it a 7 out of 10. But, you know, 6 to 7 to 8, which is basically what I've seen all day. Fair enough. This scene, I don't know who. I cannot believe I just said who while I'm looking up owl shit. But I don't know who decided to delete this scene, but I just don't know what to say. Like, this shit got taken out, and I don't know how. Oh, fuck it, I'll leave it at 4K. Babenberg. I ain't trying to dox you right now. Where's Babenberg? I mean, if anyone watching the stream anyway and wants to look it up later, but you know, they're equal doxing here. I live in Florida. There. Now I don't know if Babenberg is a country or state, so. Austria? Holy shit, I was really good on... Bro, I should play Geo guess here, because I was really good on the whole... I literally said, you're going to be somewhere in between, like, Europe and Asia. Like right in the middle to that point of like, you know what I mean? I was right. Holy shit. Yeah, like, Asia's right next to you, but you're still in Europe, you know? Ah, Poland, okay. So what did Austria have to... What was that? Oh, that was something else, okay. Yeah, wow, I fucking called it. That always feels good. Alright, I'm gonna let this play and commentate and finish stream, because I am starting to lose it.
Well before I was a hatchling. They called themselves the Pure Ones. They led a crusade against us, their aim to take control of all the Owl Kingdoms. The Pure Ones' methods were harsh and unyielding. What they didn't take, they burned to the ground. Those they couldn't enslave, they destroyed. Owls, the noblest of all birds, suddenly found themselves humbled.
Oh, well, thank you, Femboy, for coming back and following. I appreciate that. I actually, unironically, I don't know if you understand English or only French, because it was weird that you came in here with French, but, here, if you do only speak French, and if you are real, I don't know, your account looked interesting, but I'll go ahead and do this anyway. I can't type right now, holy shit. There we go.
Merci d'avoir suivi. J'ai apprécié l'histoire et je vais m'intéresser davantage à la chanson de Roland.
Okay. Merci. Alright, let me finish this. Not you. Basically, in the movie, Grimble, who's this little... I'm at 45. This little guy right here, who's being taken, is a character that helps the main characters escape and everything, helps them learn how to fly. He has just a quick recap of just him doing say, don't show scene and just explaining it to the little owls. But this is a show and tell, which would have been so much better because you'll see in a second.
In despair, those who surrendered became forever earthbound. All would have been lost.
It's just badass.
But for a different band of owls who rose from the mists of the sea of Hulamir and from the great tree itself. A group of warriors, selfless and courageous, who had sworn an oath to once more make strong the weak, to mend the broken, to vanquish the evil. The Guardians of Ga'Hoole.
There's Lies of Keel.
Followed their leader, Lies of Keel, to meet the Pure Ones and their leader, Metalbeak, in a great and final battle. The Battle of the Ice Claws. Both sides fought fiercely. Metalbeak's forces were greater in number, and the Pure Ones seemed to gain the advantage. As the battle grew desperate, the Guardians' eyes all turned to Lies of Keel. Should I stop?
Oh wait, I could have swore it was Grimble.
No, I mean, it's just, you look... You know what? I'm gonna finish this another time.
Deleted fucking scene. I could have swore it was Grimble. Yeah, because I could have... What? I could have swore that this was Grimble saying the story, and this was him right here. But yeah, point being, criminal that was that is a deleted scene, man. But yeah, knowledge wise for me, which is basically I'm not script writing yet. I'm gonna neaten up some stuff after stream. Like I said, it's like click stream, which is like the more boring stuff. Like adding to going to my YouTube history and adding the watch list and everything. But yeah, this was just for knowledge wise of seeing what other people have said, finding out more about the story, the books, or production. That's basically all this is for now. The script writing I will try and do in at least the next, not next stream, because I think I'm going to watch a couple more of these and really get through more instead of getting distracted like I did today for 4 hours and 40. This has been a pretty long stream. But yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely for sure get more focused next stream and get through the main ones that I need to here. And then the stream after that, I will start really script writing, because I still have all my ideas of like where certain pieces of the video should go, obviously. Just not written down yet, but it's just a good idea to write it down. But yeah, thank you for everyone who stopped by, and I will try and stream tomorrow, if not the next day, but I will be trying to. Yeah, it's October 14th. I want to have this video out before the month ends. That is my goal, and honestly it's a big goal, because the level of production that I want on this video is a little ambitious for my first video, but I don't know, I feel like I need to prove myself, because yeah, that's basically it. Alright everyone, later.